Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, wherever you are. I am Jorisar. With me is Avenger, and this is the G-Loot Monthly Showdown. Martin, I'm so happy to be back on camera with you. Really good to see you in Thailand as well. That stuff was fantastic. Now we've got a brand new set of teams and a completely different tournament to cast, but hopefully we're going to see some epic games all the same. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm super excited to get started with this one. Obviously, it's going to be hectic. We're only playing today, and the teams are obviously vying for some prize pool, also some spots to the Super Week.
And that's going to be huge, right? Look, we've got some prize money here. We want to point out to everyone that $2,500 is being given away today, okay? We're not just doing this and giving people those spots and nothing else. There is money on the line for all of these players and teams, and it goes all the way down to 10th place, which I personally quite like. I know there are some tournaments where it's like first, second, third, and that's sort of it, but it's nice to know that you get some prizes just for sort of being competitive there or thereabouts to sort of bring you back, entice you back in next time. I really like the way that this is put in.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta fight your way all the way in. And also, you know, even if you're 13th, 14th, or 15th, with a few games to go, you can still jump into the top 10. Like one good game, when we're only playing 6 games, one good game will literally pop you straight into the top 10 easily. So easily a way to make some money here tonight.
And the top 2 teams tonight are going to get an invite directly to the Super Week for Season 6. I mean, if we're being honest here, Martin, that is the big prize, right? That's what everyone's got their eye on.
Yeah, for sure. You know, coming into this, it's going to be a little bit harder going into the Super Week because the format has been changed a little bit. There's not as many spots. So even if our qualifiers for G-Loot's Season 6 starts tomorrow already, it's going to be hard to make it way there. You know, it's these kind of open qualifiers here. The teams that are playing, they have been grinding. They have been trying to get into these qualifiers for so long and trying to get into even to the Super Week and the Grand Finals. And you know, there are some teams out there that are playing the open qualifiers that I really don't want to meet. So this is a really good way to try to sneak your way past straight into the Super Weekend.
If you're able to make it there, of course, you will then be up against some of the best teams in Europe before we get further into the competition. The G-Loot Season 6 is starting tomorrow. As Martin just mentioned, you guys can be in with a shot of making your way there. Let's go ahead and show you just a little bit of a taster of what Season 6 has to offer.
This has NLT written all over it, and they claim victorious once more.
$50,000, that's a whole chunk of change and a completely different level to what we're going to be seeing today. But the teams can't get ahead of themselves. $2,500 on offer today, but it's all about getting those top 2 places. And because there are only 6 games, we could talk forever about how important it is to hit the ground running. But the reality is, Martin, there aren't that many scenarios here where a team can have a bad game and still be in with a shot.
You know, it has to be where they're going to be winning, you know, 3 games, 4 games, and then they have one terrible game. But yeah, we will, I think we'll see, you know, a team that's going to have a fantastic start from the get-go that's also going to be running away from it. Because, you know, we have this kind of confidence boosters. If you have a good game 1 or 2, then the morale, the confidence you're able to build into your further games, they usually help you so much that you're able to keep your momentum into the coming games as well. So I'm just really excited to see how these teams are going to be playing it out, because usually these open qualifiers and these open showdowns and in general these qualifiers and games where we have these formats that are only 6 games, only 1 day, those are so hard to play, and the meta is so different as well.
Let's go ahead and take a look at who those teams are that are going to be vying for these top prizes today. So in no particular order, we have Veni, Vidi, Vici, Hal, Orgulus 4, because the first 3, we scrapped them. We've just got the 4th one in here. Divan, Stardust. I watched them play yesterday evening. We got Grindmore, Karagumruk. We've noticed them around the scene before. The Whoppers, Smiley Face, Blackstar, Entropic, LOL Team, Asphalt, Drain Gang, Skade, and Late to Party. So we've got that's a brilliant name, by the way. We've got an excellent mix of teams we expect to do well, teams we haven't heard before, and I don't actually know how easy it will be to pick a top 2 from this.
I mean, you would expect Entropic to be in there, and then my second pick would probably be Skade.
Maybe Skade?
Yeah, I think so.
I could see Grindmore or Hal having a look in. Like, they're teams that could definitely get chicken dinners in this lobby as well.
For sure. But again, 6 games, you really need to hit the ground running, as you say here, right? There are some fantastic players in between, and you know, like if you get focused, if you get third party in all these situations, it's going to be hard. But for sure, Entropic and Skade is my top 2 pick, considering this lineup currently. And like, I would still say Entropic, they are kind of in a class for themselves, right? They should be going through here, even if it's a best of 6. Their performance recently, their experience in these kind of formats here, it's just unparalleled. So, and also Skade, recent roster change here. They're back with the Samty Gemty duo, so that's going to be really interesting to see how that's going to be going.
I think that Entropic's play style also plays into this sort of format really well, because Entropic can have a game where they finish outside of the top 8, but they'd finish outside of the top 8 in a very aggressive way where they mow through 2 or 3 different teams and they still have 10 kills on the board. So a bad game from them, they've still got 6 to 8 points. And then when they start to get that momentum and they get the placements as well, they just start to add up. And I feel like in a single day format, they're one of the teams where even if they don't finish in the placement points, I still expect them to pick up a good handful.
Yeah, for sure. I'm expecting them to get 1 or 2 wins easily against the rest of these teams here with their experience. Also, what we've been seeing from them. But then again, you know, we're looking at how many points they have in terms of PTC points, right? They are super far ahead and almost, if not guaranteed, to go to PTC 2022. So yes, they are just in here to, you know, get the most training as they can. If they're able to get top 2, it's fine. If they're not, they will just be playing our open qualifier starting tomorrow. So yeah, I would love to see them dominate and see what their current form is.
So you're going to be seeing 6 matches tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting off with 3 mirror bars and ending with 3 Erangels, all pretty chilled out. I love the precise timings there as well. Match 4 will start at 3 minutes to 9. So we'll be keeping a close eye on those start times, but nice and punctual for all of you. We should be done by about 11 p.m. CEST. 1 day, 6 matches. Entropic, based on current form, arguably in a class of their own. What about second place, though, Martin? I mean, well, I shouldn't say second place like first place is sewn up, but we think Entropic's going to be there or thereabouts. Who are the other candidates that might fill one of those spots going into the Super Week?
For sure, Skade, right? We're going in here with Pixelic, Novik, Gemty, and Samty with their new roster change here coming in. So this is going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to do, looking from what they've been able to do in some of their scrims and some of the kind of smaller tournaments and scrims that they've been playing the last couple of weeks. Super interesting to follow these guys. I think they'll do well. If they don't end up in the top 4, I would be extremely surprised, to be honest.
We've got a bunch of teams that have been around PCS and have sort of skirted around some of the really big teams and occasionally taken them to task as well. Like, we've seen Karagumruk before in previous years. We know that Grindmore is full of fantastic talent. Divan have been in and out and have occasionally done fantastically in scrims. And I know scrims are something different. Howl as well are a regular contributor and these sort of things. So even though there are some teams that we expect to punch above those guys, it's like, there's no easy path here to the top 2, really, is there?
No. I will say that these kind of days here where we have, you know, best of 6 to get it to top 2, we've had it before. We've had it with, you know, our G-Loot dailies and all these kind of format where you got to just perform on the day. If you don't show up, if you don't start off with a fantastic couple of games from the beginning, then you're going to have an extremely rough time, because you're going to be looking like the mental drain and on you and on your team. If you, after, you know, 2 games, if you're not in the top 5 at that point, it's looking really hard, because the guys in the top 5, they will easily have, you know, 30-40 points plus from a win with big amount of kills, and another placement in the top 4 with a huge amount of kills, right? So that's gonna be it's gonna be rough on you. So, and it's gonna be in a situation where you're thinking to yourself, you know, am I gonna be able to make this? I don't think so.
Right.
So And likely it is often the case. Like once you swap over to Miramar, if you're not looking at 40 points plus, you're going to have a really hard time trying to get into the top 2.
Let's talk about some of the ingredients that the teams are going to need to get into that point in the first place. You've obviously had your share of competitive PUBG experience, so this is all going to be water off a duck's back to you. But if a team isn't necessarily normally aggressive, like I'm going to pick on Entropic a bit here because it's so successful for them, right? They've been able to get good points out of bad games. What's maybe not the secrets, but what are some of the things that these squads can do to make sure that even if their team's in a precarious position in game number 1, they can still find a way to maximize their points haul?
Yeah, I mean, it's about realizing, are we going to be able to win the game, or do we have to focus on trying to squeeze as many points out of this game as possible, right?
Sure.
Because a lot of teams, they're trying to focus on how do we get to the next couple of circles, how do we survive as long as possible. And if you realize that you're not going to be able to win the game from your current position, then you start trying to sweep the circles. You're trying to third-party the teams that are trying to get into the circle, right? And this is what Entropic has been masterclassing in our PCSs as well, where they realize, all right, we're not going to be able to win this game here, but we could get a 3rd place or 4th place if we take out all the other teams trying to get into the circle. While they're focusing on trying to get into the circle, we'll just wipe them and third-party them from behind or sweep behind the circle, right? So and this is what they've been able to really do and execute quite well on in our previous PCS. And this is why I also think they're going to be able to do extremely well here, both because of the format and also, open qualifiers and in general, how these games they play out. It's extremely kill focused.
Let's zoom into one of the moments you mentioned there where the teams have to identify whether they're likely playing for a win or whether they're going to have to maximize the points. I'm guessing that's almost like one of the jobs of the IGLs or something in game, where they have to make a snap call at every moment in the game. Oh, this is now what we have to do. That must be quite a complicated decision to have to make while you're in the middle of a fight or in the middle of a rotation.
Yeah, for sure. They rely on all the information that everyone is gathering, right? But the IGL has the last call and usually makes these kind of calls. Let's try to make a pull up. Let's try to make a play where we might be able to get some points out of this. We might not win, but we'll be able to third party a team or two and maybe clean it up. And also. Yeah. What their focus, and especially Entropic, has been, once they don't have circle position, they're trying to be the last team to get in with the circle, so they can play with their backs free and try to push in and kind of clear the circle moving forward, right? So when they don't get held themselves, we see these situations where we see them with insane amount of kills, right? Double kills, double digits easily, sometimes into the 15 plus kills.
That's the sort of momentum that once you get that, you might actually buy yourself the ability to have an off game or so once we move into Erangel in the second half of the day. So yeah, relatively high pressure. Let's talk about that just a little bit more from the point of view of the teams that maybe we don't know so well. You're playing well as a team. You managed to qualify for the monthly finals. You're already having to get through loads of teams just to get to this point in the competition, right? And then we squeeze them up another level, and they're fighting for top 2 against teams like Entropic. We have to be able to give them some better advice than, oh, don't worry, you're playing with some top teams. Enjoy the practice. They want top 2 as well, right? So what's your advice to them who are maybe coming under this sort of pressure for the first time?
Yeah, for sure. Coming in, if it's some of their first tournaments, most of them have had the experience either in, regional finals or some of the later stages of PCSs or some of the later stages of G-Loot previously. But coming in, focus on your games. They have come so far already. Focus on trying to get as many points out of each game as possible, trying to stay alive as 4, all these standard things that all the good teams excel at. And if you're in this monthly showdown here, you already have the experience. You've tried playing against some of these top teams, and the most experience you get is also from looking at other teams, how they do well, right? Looking even at Nations Cup, looking at previous PCSs. So the experience coming in from watching is also super important.
It's going to be one of the things I really love about these sort of open tournaments is that you'll find 1 or 2 teams that are doing the things that you just mentioned that will be there in the top 5, possibly even the top 3. that we think to ourselves, hang on a second, they just beat that really established team in a squad fight. All 4 of them are alive. Or we'll go, wow, they've actually brought their game to the table. Those are the kind of teams that have been able to channel their focus and say, forget who we're playing. Just play this like it's any other game. Make sure you do your best. Don't let any distractions get in the way. And they end up becoming the new teams that get signed to new orgs or have their name up in lights in PCS later on in the year or something like that. It's these open tournaments, really, where teams like that can be born sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. And the meat grinder, right? You're coming in, you're playing these best of 3s, best of 4s, best of 5s, or best of 6 as we have today, where the teams they're trying their best, trying to get in, even if it's a qualifier, even what the format is, they're trying their best to try to make it as fast as possible. And, it's top 2 today, but top 10 to get into the prize money, and also playing against this with the experience here is super, super important.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have 16 teams here fighting for top 2 as far as the Super Week is concerned, but fighting just to be in the top 10 to grab some prize money, meaning even if your chips are down going into the second half of the day, there's actually still some cash on the table depending on where these teams are going to finish. Our first 3 maps are going to be Miramar. Our map number 4 through 6 will be on Erangel. At the end of that, the points tally will determine who gets what prize money and who moves in to the G-Loot Super Week. So let's go ahead and hop into game number 1 as we move over the skies of Miramar. Let's go. 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We're gonna have to take my word for that because the plane's off screen here. This is
pretty accurate, yeah.
Yeah, relatively southern skewed plane path here. So your San Martin teams are gonna have to go somewhere else. Absolutely no El Azahars or anything like that. We might get a couple of alternate drop spots.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard to get on some of the northern locations, of course, but it's going to be interesting to see if we have some El Paso action in here. We'll see how many actually end up contesting that, or if they end up splitting it. It looks like another team's going west of El Paso, so that's going to be it's going to be interesting for that western ones. How many is going to be going to Mercado, though, John? That is my question for sure.
That's a lot of colors, man. It's like someone's chucking confetti out of the plane onto the map. This is, I reckon 1 or 2 of those teams, they're just grabbing vehicles past Picado, right? They can't all be contesting, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 2 there. Los Leones looks like it'll have just 2 teams. No major brawls there to start us off, but you're right. The area around Picado is looking a little bit dicey at the moment.
Yes, there are 2 teams that are going out, actually, right? It doesn't look like it's going to be a lot. Shots are coming out already, and they are going to be splitting. Howl going east of that circle. Oh, that was lucky. I would have loved to have seen something harsh, but it's going to be fantastic here for the Chumacera team. They're going to be laughing for sure, starting off nicely for that. I believe that is Venivici. It is indeed. So they're going to have a good start to go with. We'd expect them to go maybe the church area or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Being able to hold that sort of position in the high ground there, it's like relatively easy to hold because you have those sight lines across so many different angles that someone might be coming in on. Even if you've got four people in vehicles and you're moving as fast as you can, there's like a good period of time where everyone there just has free range shooting at you before you even get there. Not the sort of position you want to take if someone is already up there, that's for sure. So Chuma going to be relatively nice to begin with. And now we wait and see what the rotation game looks like. Because the circle's not too crazy, I'm not expecting like loads of teams to be rotating early at the 3-minute mark to try and get as good a position as possible or leaving it super late. I would say this is, in the big scheme of things, fairly bog standard.
Yeah, for sure. The circle in general here is one of the luckier ones, I would say, considering how rough the plane path was. So that's great.
Yep.
Ski coming in with Stardust, I believe. It is, yeah. Just coming off with some Nations Cup experience. We have Divan. Shots onto Rua and now. Ooh, connecting a little bit.
They're committing. They're absolutely committing to this. They are not backing down at all. Illidan with a beautiful shot there. But Divan now trying to come back against Hal. Both of these teams not backing. I wonder what forced them into each other. You don't see 2 teams contesting La Bendita this hard at the beginning of a game. This is highly unusual.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy stuff from Divan before, but for how they're losing 2 players is not good. Laza's gonna get Nordskiff too. It's unfortunate for Howl losing 2 players this early on. Howl in the top 15, I believe, in terms of PTC point standing, so they have had their fair run. A little bit of a need. Ooh, yeah, it's gonna finish off Nordskiff. Now it's Illidan. I believe there were only 2 guys left as well. Yeah, there are. I think there were 3 men.
Got level 3 there. Has got a mini 14, so has got the potential to take someone out. But Laza instead will be getting the next knock. And now a lot of pressure on Illidan. Now they're in a position where they basically have to take this fight. They can't run back and grab the vehicles. Those are visible. They have to go through Howl at this point. And Laza and the Mad just have excellent angles on both of them.
Nice shots. Trying to push in now. Let's see if Divan is going to be able to defend this. Aggressive push. Oh, nice shots coming in. AK Iron Sight. That's not enough. And Laza's going to go down, making it only the Mad here for Howl. Oh, traded. And now a push potentially. He got the first aid off though. Oh my God, fantastic headshot there with the Ace-32. And that is Divan out.
Divan out early on. Very strange that we've had 2 teams here in Lab and Dita contesting of all places. I don't remember the last time I dropped into a game of PUBG where this happened early doors. Nonetheless, Howl are going to be able to continue here. And, you know, they do have some kill points to their name as well. So we'll find out where everybody else is moving to shortly. That's Grindmore on the far left, coming down from the Western Highway. And most teams in now, nothing too far out of the ordinary, except Skade here. Oh dear, just when Howl thought they were finished fighting. This is what happens in competitive PUBG. Yes, we finished, let's heal up, let's chill out. Boom, there comes the third party. You normally expect it elsewhere, but on Miramar, even in phase 1, it can sneak up on you if you're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. And here we're talking about Skate, Boys, Sam TGMT, Pixel, and Novik. A lineup that on paper definitely is going to be top 4 here for this tournament. The question is, are they going to be able to clutch it and get into the top 2? I love some of the names and the logos that we see here. It makes you happy just looking at, smiling. It's just a smiley face coming straight past you.
How can you shoot at that? You can't.
Look at that.
It's too happy.
Look at that. Look at that. That's an old school name coming in there.
Oh, wow. Yes. Let's go, boys. I'm very happy about this.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Scoom in a long time.
It's a really it's an interesting lineup here with Scoom. I saw his tweet. He's like, I'm kind of getting an itch. I want to get back into it.
Yes.
And now we see him here. If they're able to make it into the top 2, that'd be crazy. Also with former teammate from Liquid in 2017, Mallman.
Right.
That is good. Mechanical Tenant and Robin from the Hood. Now I have to remind myself, who are those guys again?
I love the names. I'm not 100% sure who they are, but mad props for the player names here. Scoom, of course, formerly Team Liquid, as Martin mentioned, from Gibraltar. And I think the last time I saw him in person was actually in Berlin in 2017. We had a couple of good sit-downs there.
Mechanical Talent is Shiv. So it's actually a little bit of a reciprocity. Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be... suddenly, on paper, that team is beginning to look like a contender.
Yeah, looking very interesting. Robin from the Hood is from United Kingdom. AKA...
Well, the best PUBG country in the world. So, exactly. He's got to be good.
Yeah. Crazy. Mental scenes. It's not always that you guys are able to do well in first-person shooters, but here we are. I cannot deny the dominance coming in from the United Kingdom for sure. But yeah, I will try to figure out who Robin from the Hood is.
Excellent. So what have we got going here? A couple of teams are moving out in and around Chumacera. The team that was inside have moved out towards the church very, very predictably there and correctly, making sure they have that high ground. You don't really want to go into a city super early in PUBG because cities are very easy to get into and very horribly frustrating to get out of. So you want to make sure that You have exit routes available. It's easy to get out. You don't have to be checking your corners for hundreds and hundreds of meters in the middle of a city where anyone can be camping out there and absolutely destroy you as you move out. So that's the main reason you don't see the teams there, unless, for example, Chumacera is in phase 6 or something like that, in which case it's fair enough. So everyone out. There's plenty of space at the moment. Still phase 1 on Miramar. Not too much to write home about. But we have now seen a whole host of very, very interesting names here inside the game, which is just getting me more and more excited for these games as the day goes on, man. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have some fantastic players to look at. That's the most exciting part for me.
Right.
So we're coming in, we're looking at these guys, and they're like, they have just come off something that looks like 6-7 weeks of downtime after PCS, coming into practice, and the guys that have been grinding, that's going to be showing. The guys that have been taking some vacation time, that could potentially be showing too.
Yeah, we don't necessarily want the vacation time to have disrupted people too much, but the harsh reality of PUBG is, if you're not in form, if you haven't practiced, even if you're in the condition where you're basically fine, but you just missed those first 2 shots in a critical situation in a lobby like this, that becomes hugely important, right? Sure. We've got a QB and Entropic here by the Rainbow compounds, and Pixelic having a little bit of a gander. QB suggesting he goes elsewhere. And that's going to be Entropic's cue to either collapse in on this or join the rest of their team. And now we can see phase 2. It's in between Chumacera and Los Leones, so everyone's going to be making a mad dash into favorable dips in the open.
And also, you can look here from the map, the massive, massive pressure coming in from the western side. So the teams that are swinging around, trying to get to the east, is going to have a little bit more space. Now Skate taking some fire. High ground there. And Skate is in a 2-2 split. Bigfoot here with Pixelit and Gemty. And they have the split on the other side with Novik and Samty on the Bigfoot compound. I'm not sure if they're also 2 there, but we're going to be taking a look at that later. And also Entropic in a 2-1 split. They're losing 1 player, or they lost 1 player, or didn't connect, or whatever it was. I think it was Naileup we didn't see in there. So that's unfortunate for them, but maybe he didn't connect in time.
Yeah, I didn't see his name in the kill feed. So
nope.
Maybe they were just 3 to start game number 1.
Yeah, I think so too.
So now phase 2, Hal moving in, staying edge at the moment. And remember, they were involved in that fight early on. So they've lost 2 members early. In fact, losing a 3rd in rotation as well. That's Laza out. Remember, they got 3rd-partied by Skade, leaving the Bad as the only player here. So this is a good example, really, Martin, of a good team. Like Ruin, Mad, Laza, Schofield, decent team, have a good chance of good points in this lobby, but down to 1 player so early on. Yes, they've got the 3 kill points, but realistically, they need to find the most successful way to double their points haul through placement points or better now, really.
I have an interesting insight here. The last member on Smiley Face is 60.
Oh my God, that's an amazing team.
2018 Alliance 60.
That's
a really interesting. On paper, in their prime, definitely a top 5 team. But let's see how much time they've had to play together, which is also huge, obviously important here in terms of synergy, how they're able to play. They know how to play the game, but the synergy, they recently started playing, I know, a couple weeks only. So, all right, interesting circle here, John. It's going to be basically every prio compound taken right now. Entropics 2-1 split. It's going to be rough, but we'll see the next couple circles. We also have circle 4, which is going to have a bit of an impact in terms of where it moves, depending on the next circle. Let's see if the teams are going to be ready for that.
A lot of splits here to grab multiple compounds. Whopper have 3 different compounds on the southern half of the circle. This is phase 2, remember, still. At what point do you have to start getting concerned that if you split too much and you're trying to hold these compounds, you might get 4-man crashed. I'm guessing phase 2 is still fine, but at some point these teams are going to have to make that call, right?
Yeah, like once phase 3 pops, you want to be together for sure, especially in the compound. Once you have the information, you see phase 3 pop, you want to be together already at that point. And now here, these guys, they have either scouted it and they said, all right, the lower ground part of this compound is in. And if we're actually going east, as I saw the circle pop just now, and Lukarux hears that the team has pulled up, he's going to be leaving, and his teammates are somewhat close by, so they're going to be fine in the compound. They're closer to these. They are going to be closer in the center of the circle, but I'm pretty sure that phase 4 is going to go west. It's going to pop slightly west at least. We'll see once we come to the map here. Lukaruk's going to be fine with Ives and Cubit. More rotations are coming in the distance as well. You see that going towards the warehouses. Whopper kind of having a fun time here. The next circle is definitely going to be going west, that is for sure.
Yeah, this is one of the questions we have here are to go into Los Leones or to not. And we see at least 3 teams, maybe 2 in the warehouses and another team inside Los Leones. They're going to have a very nice time for the next couple of minutes of the game. But imagine a Western hardship now and trying to get out of that. That's going to start being a bit tricky.
Yeah, for sure. Skate finding some kills, DNKK as well. With the Asphalt. I was problem, Guyubi. I love it when we're playing with these names. That
they're great.
It's just, you know, these guys are just playing whatever.
You call it as it is, man. You just start saying a name and you go, hang on, I know who that is. You just have to change your tune halfway through.
Sometimes you just realize, oh, this is the guy that has that name because he has a funny name when playing Publix, right? So that's fine. But it's funny, especially like sheer mechanical talent. That's a fantastic one too.
That's great. And I expect this from, like, how do I put it? This is like phase 7 solo player sort of strategy here going into the dump truck. But I think what happened here is that maybe Hunter's tires got shot out or something and Smiley Face crashed in on the compound. They went, okay, I've got 2 choices: hide or make noise and let them know I'm here. And I think he's chosen the slightly more longevity approach of staying in the truck and hoping Smiley Face don't know he's there.
Yeah, he's gonna be trying to chill it. Oh, another with the 2-2 split here from Smiley Face. We're gonna have a little engaging onto them too. Oh, they are actually taking cars and leaving, so they're taking fire now. Smiley Face repositioning here in the southern side of the circle. Next circle pop is nice shot to the SKS, connecting here from Trimble from LoL team, taking fire though from Orgless number 4.
The Cynic there. That's the third party. Otherwise, Smiley Face would have been in trouble. Nail Cop getting in on the action. So many teams here to the east of the circle have a good spot on where LoL team are. And for that reason, they need to be super wary of third partying and coming in against Smiley Face. I don't think they can afford it. Martin, I've never seen such a perfect example of an instant circle call. You literally can't get more west than that.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're expecting from this one here. I'm actually surprised that we don't see more teams that have set up for exactly this. But maybe they just weren't prepared or knew exactly how the circle settings play out. But we'll see how the teams they are going to be approaching this one. Smiley Face, they had a little bit of a sliver inside that next circle, but they have to cross the road and try to get in, and they have Whopper and the guys from the other one. Hunter, Jackie Lad and Minimoo is on the other side of the circle, and this could definitely be a rough time for Smiley Face.
Scoom here taking a little bit of damage. Smiley Face not quite able to get away cleanly at the moment. They probably want to go via south just so they can team up with the rest of their team. They go straight into circle here and they risk continuing to be stuck in this 2-2 split when they might not want to do that. You can see another team rotating past them on the south as well. Both halves of the team struggling at the moment. And now they're going, well, LoL have now rotated past us. So that's one less option for us to go. Smiley Face have got some very serious questions to ask themselves now. They're okay where they are for the next 30 seconds, but where do they go next?
Yeah, they are going to have to play uphill somewhere in the dip, just outside Los Leones or something like that. We'll see where they go though. Now, that's unfortunate. Super well played by Eski and Metabay. Oh no, Hunter finds Skoom. He gets traded immediately. That is Whoppers. They're out. I think Skoom will be able to be saved in that area with the containers by Robin, aka 60, if that's actually the correct intel that I've gotten.
Maybe his name is Robin, and this is his new nick.
No, 60 is called Michael.
Oh, there goes my theory. In the meantime, Blackstar having a go there against Grindwar. Both of those logos actually showing what looks like a G. And Skade getting in on the action as well. Blazers getting knocked there by Pixelic. So Skade still with all 4 up, able to grab the odd knock here and there. And it means they're saving their utility. They've got their vests and helmets for later in the game as well. So important as we enter phase 4.
Oh, this is a huge position to play from. Ooh, Lul team not with the best for that one. Smiley face now with some pressure on them. Robin from the hood went down. Wallman. Oh, nice headshot there from Trimble. Really well played in general. And now Smiley face is being completely disassembled here, just like your IKEA furniture.
Oh, that's so sad. I just want this one part and they haven't got it. Unfortunately, that is Smiley Face destroyed in that engagement. And the 2 halves of the team maybe needed to come together a little bit sooner. I don't know. But either way, the remaining teams are now fighting amongst themselves. Orglis getting taken down there by Ekris, just the one at the moment. The problem is Skade once again are third partying, and Messinic goes down as well. They are going to be in trouble, but Grindwar can't push in case they get third party too.
Ekris, what are you going to try to get the smoke off and try to get the rest? Midbay with some pressure onto Orglis. Look at the pressure from Easto. 3-4 teams trying to get a hold of that same dip. Taka's here in a situation where he has to try to fend off Skade.
He's got a shotgun. He'll be fine.
Oh, we can hope so. Oh, here is she. A little bit of sound. Skade with 5 kills so far. Looking good for them. They're fully aware of the last player and the warehouse too. They have the information.
Their vests are good. Their helmets are good. They've got a good amount of utility as well. So decent for this point in the game. They just need to not overextend because they are still stuck on the edge with 4 different teams around them. So this is a dangerous situation for them.
Stardust losing Blast there in that situation. Metabay going down as well. Lul is having quite of a run from this. Iski's last player. I think Marcus is going to have some information that he could be in the smoke. Went for the flush and didn't get that information. Eski, he gets absolutely demolished there from them 4. Well played. And now traded 6 kills for Lul. Let's see if they are going to be able to get all the rest off. 7 now for Skade here, John.
This whole situation has been so smart for Skade. I was watching them on the mini-map. They knew that there were multiple teams fighting south of them. So instead of pushing in, they were just staying back with the DMRs, making sure that all of their bullets were one-way traffic. And they're basically getting kills, and they don't have to sacrifice their utility for it. They're not sacrificing their vested helmets for it. It's like free points for them as long as they stayed at arm's length. They knew exactly what to do there, and the experience is showing.
Top 8 now. Points are given for the team surviving. Let's see how far Lul can take this one. Entropic chilling in the middle, as we were talking about. 3 guys alive, letting Skade sweep a substantial amount of kills here from points, or points from kills, I should say.
And there's no team behind them in this circle as well. Very, very crucially, they knew that everyone who was fighting them to their east went south. And that's why we saw that crazy number of kills to the southeast. But importantly, it means that Skade don't have to worry about looking behind them. They just need to worry about looking forward. Not sure we can say the same, though, for all of these teams that we see further inside. Kara Gurmruk have got a decent position, but they know that there are multiple places on those peaks, in those dips, that other teams can be. And I mean, I don't know what else I can say about Entropic. They seem to be able to find the center of the circle almost under the noses of everyone else a circle or 2 ago. And they're just like, you guys fight amongst ourselves. We'll just take the last 7 kills. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they would love that. The question is, the guys in the southwest and west, Kara Gurmruk and all these teams How far are they going to be able to push in Kai somewhat free? And we'll see that fight later. Now Lul trying to clear the Skate members. Shots are coming in. 3 Vesto on Shaik. Marcus as well with an M4. Groza in hand. Novik's trying to fin it off. Sega Beast found Glodex and Karagumruk.
Oh,
he's mollied.
They spent the first half of this fight mollying that shack, and then the other one's getting mollied at the moment. They need to be very wary of this situation. Skade made them use so much of their utility, and now it's like almost Skade's turn to respond to this. They came across LoL team earlier. They knew that LoL rotated past them, but just staying on this eastern side, and most importantly, knowing they don't have to worry about third parties from elsewhere. It's going to be a very interesting engagement indeed. That's Karagumruk eSport. We can fill in the question marks for you guys. We have ultimate information over here. Don't you worry about that. And they are coming up against a couple of guys. I think is that Veni Vidi Vici in the
quality in those guys? Yeah, Veni Vidi Vici, yeah.
Very nicely done. Karagumruk, an experienced team. We don't often talk about them in like the sort of tier 1 lobbies, but they've been a team that's been around a while, and they have the capacity to take the fight to some of the best teams here. They're still in the placement points, mind you, so still a decent game. They're going to be looking to go one better next time, though, for sure.
All right, Novik with an AUG. Looks like the Lul guys have been found. Quality found that one. That's nice for Nuduichi. More shots coming in, connecting a lot here for Gemty. Oh, actually gets a few last shots there. Nice. That's going to be Vinovidovic losing one player. That's going to be vital for later. And Tropic still playing the waiting game. Securing the points there. And that is empty. 8 kills now for Skate. Great first game for them here, John.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. Like I can't even say anything along the lines that even if they don't win this game, they've got 8 kills. All 4 of them are alive in the top 5. They have a very, very good chance of winning this game. And they've been so aware of what's going on around them as well. Even if they lose a fight, it won't be a fight that takes them by surprise. It'll be a fight that they intended on going into. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like their awareness this game has been so good.
Hakatori here from Drain Gang, trying to squeeze out a little bit of points, but he is not inside the circle. He needs to push in. Rosa. Ooh, nice shots. Oh my god, Hakatori taking down DNKK. Super well executed by that one. I like that.
That's Asphalt down a member. I don't think anyone's getting Danica back up. And there we go, out of the game. Unfortunately for Hakatori, that's still a long way to go. Getting that point on the board, though, is important. And now that Asphalt have been eliminated, they're now in the top 4.
Give me with a Winchester headshot. I can't believe it, man. What is he doing? They're like, all right, guys, this is not going to be a hill-heavy game. Let's just take whatever guns and get to center circle. And now Skate, they are going to try to take out Vinovidovic. They're going to tell them, we will come, we will conquer.
Something like that. Yeah. Some combination of those words.
I know the Danish one. They came, they saw,
they conquered. Yeah, that's it.
That's the one, yeah.
Exactly. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's Skate that's absolutely beautiful. Oh no, Pixelic, unfortunately, bowing out of a vehicle in some description as well. I'm not sure what's happened there, but the rest of the squad continuing to fight with the AUG. Noik trying to come and clean up a bit. Oh no.
Oh, look at Rooks now with the third party. And Tropic might have timed this perfectly here now. Skate down to 2 players. And Samty trying to take the last player from Vinovidovic. China wins. Flashbang's coming out of the push is rough. He's down to 59 HP.
Troublesome now for Skade. Entropic moving on in. They've only got the 5 kills, but look at their positioning. Looking at their timing on this Skade. Yes, they've got more kills, but they're out in 4th place. And Entropic are saying, doesn't matter if we're 4 or 3-man squad. Our positioning is going to be supreme, and we're going to take you apart one at a time. They are now in pole position to win this game.
Oh, he mullied himself to deny the point from China wins. Okay, that's interesting. Vinovidovic down in 3rd place, 5 points placement for them. And Hakatori now he's going to try to see if he can take on the 3 members of Entropic. That is so unfortunate, and he's going to deny too, which is clever. He's not going to be able to get any more points out of it. He knows that he's guaranteed top 2, so he gets second place. And now Entropic with the first place and 8 kills. That timing, I want to ask. I'm going to ask Pixel to figure out what happened there. That was a rough situation where they really wanted to try to fend off Entropic and make sure that nobody could backstab them. But then Pixel gone down. It could be a nade explosion on a car, and then he hit it himself, or like he exploded the car himself, or tried to defend. But interesting situation there. Entropic with the win here, John.
Yeah, it looked like perfect timing from Entropic, and no doubt they would have seen the kill feed as well, and they would go, Skater fighting, Pixelic is down. Even if we don't know why, we know that now is probably the golden time to push, right? So they had that compound, they had the choice of when to move out, and what better time to do it when all your enemies are focusing in on each other. That was really, really good stuff from Entropic. And let's not forget, they started this game as a 3.
Yeah, and they were instantly aware, all right, we're going to have to salvage this game and try to get as much out of it as we can, because we're not going to be able to play our usual style. But being able to get that many kills still and the win, that is just crazy. But they were fully aware. Once we saw that Circle 2 pop, they were like, all right, we're going to have a really good chance that this is going to be this compound here, because Circle 4 is going to move away due to land ratio, and they're going to have a prime compound. And they did. And nobody third-partied them. They were able to hold up the northern team, and then Skate focused on trying to sweeping everything on the south. Just perfect timing for them.
I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Skade here, who unfortunately we're watching in the process of being picked apart. They did a supreme job on the east side of the circle, stopping anyone else from getting in, because they knew they only had one direction to go in the entire time. Their awareness was so good this game, but Entropic just came out from a timing on another level. Up to that point, Skade's positional play was fantastic. I just want to see them do more of that.
Yeah, if they're able to continue that, and the confidence that they have, you can definitely tell that already they've been grinding together. Their synergy is quite on point. They're getting the frags. If they're able to close this game out, we're looking at a 13, 14, 15 kill win if they're able to close it out against Entropic. Unfortunately, they were not.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Entropic, despite starting the game a teammate down, bring home the chicken dinner in game number 1. Very, very interesting stuff there. And like you said, Martin, you're expecting them to take a couple of chicken dinners easily. What better way to do it than being a man down and still getting it at the first time of asking? They are absolutely the team to beat, no question about it.
Yeah, and once we get Nailor fired up and going, I saw him just going into the games. He was actually streaming for a couple of hours, just grinding. So they're definitely ready to go.
I just needed a bit more practice, guys. You play the first game without me, I'll hop in later. You just grab the chicken dinner. I'll be back in a bit. We're going to be back in a bit as well. We'll give the players a little bit of a break as they join lobby number 2. We're going to tally up the points, give you the scoreboard as well, and we'll be back with the G-Loot monthly showdown in just a little bit. See you soon.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, PUBG fans. We are back with the G-Loot Monthly Showdown. Game number 1 is done and dusted now. 2 more games on Miramar before we move on to Erangel. And, well, I guess if we were simply to rely on Martin calling it all, we basically got the final results already. But fortunately, some of it is still up to chance. Excellent predictions, of course, Martin. 18 points in first place for Entropic. Nobody can argue with that. But take a look at this. Benny Vidi Vici in second place, and they've got a good haul of kills to support that as well.
Yeah, I love that. Sega Beast had, I believe it was 6 kills. Really fantastic game for him to step up to this. And obviously Skate 2-9, it's top heavy, and the kills matter so much here in this situation, right? I'm just curious if this is the Entropic we see without Native, how far are they going to be able to take it with Native?
Yeah, we'll try not to make it too one-sided, but it's entirely possible here, right? And like you say, the kills are so important here to get the average number of points per game up. Although I'd like to give a little bit of a shout out to Drain Gang, where they were basically screwed towards the end and still managing to get 6 more placement points out of that game.
Right.
Like, if that was them having a bad game, I'm really keen to see what's going to be like when they have a good game.
Yeah, I love the plays that we saw in the very end. Also, you know, double denying in terms of points, both from Medivici and Drain Gang. They really know everything's on the line here. They don't want to get any points away. It could mean placement and also obviously prize pool here in the future.
Yeah, it's getting very serious indeed. You don't often see that in game number 1, but they know that every single point matters, and making sure that kill is denied. At the end of game number 5, we could be saying how smart they were for doing it at the end of game number 1. The truth is, it's not possible to accurately predict these sort of things. So play every game like it's the final game of a major championship, and that I don't really have anything bad to say about it. It's just correct. I know some people at home might not like it, but when money's on the line and when a place for the Super Week is on the line, it's super important that these teams squeeze out every possible bit of advantage they can get, right?
Yeah, for sure. You know, you're coming into this situation here, you want to, first of all, you want to try to get into the top 2. And if you're directly denying a team that you know is a contender for the top 2, then it's the right play to do here for sure. And also for Medivici, after having such a good game, they could potentially be going straight head-to-head here with Entropic.
Oh, God, wouldn't that be interesting? We didn't really talk much about 3v before the start of the broadcast, but this is exactly the kind of platform where if we get to see them consistently do that in a couple more games, we're going to be opening our eyes a bit and going, watch out for them in the Super Week. So a great place for them to start.
Yeah, I love that we have these teams that have a lot of experience in terms of playing in general, but not so much here at the very top, and they're going to be able to play it out.
Well, let's find out what they can do in game number 2. We reset now and go back above the skies of Miramar one more time as the plane resets and we hop into a game. Lots of experienced players in this lobby. Very excited. I'm personally excited to see Smiley Face. I want old school PUBG to do well. Like, I'm just going to put that out there. I'll be caster bias as hell on that. I'd love to see them get a chicken dinner. They were a little unlucky in rotation and getting third-partied in game number 1, but otherwise, I thought it was a reasonably solid start from them.
Yeah, for sure. You know, their positioning on the map, their macros on play, but I really want to see them go up against some of these teams once it comes to their individual gun skill. That is what makes the difference. Around 70% of the total points comes from kills, so that's obviously a heavy focus for these teams. I love that we're getting a different plane path here, though, John. Even though it's still from the west, it's good. It changes things up.
Yes, it does indeed. So we're still starting at the 9 o'clock position, but we're going up to Campo Militar. So 9 to 2 o'clock, give or take this time around. San Martin very much in the mix, of course, and really different way to play this game, which means there might be a couple of teams who weren't contested in game number 1, who suddenly have another team to deal with in game number 2. Chumacera is looking a little bit hot for a couple of members of Black Star. Messinic, hopefully he's just going for a vehicle there and won't get stuck. Oh, but we have a nearly identical circle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the boys from Medivici is going to be loving this, though. M-Sync stealing a car here from these guys. Shots are coming in. They don't want this happening. And he's going to be able to just yeet that and take that away from them. That is not lovely. Chimicera sometimes have a lot of cars, and sometimes they only have the hard spawn there.
I love how they took out the rear tire of that car as well, thinking, I've got a vehicle. If I'm not hitting you, I'm going to make sure I take a tire out. But he was able to get away, Messinik. So we'll live to see what happens to him later on in this game. We've got Nail up in this game as well. We've seen Entropic with 3. Now we're going to see what Entropic with 4 looks. Are we already predicting a 15-kill chicken dinner in game number 2?
That would be crazy to see. But, they have the benefit of the 4th guy now, and it's named one of the best coming out of Europe. So that'll be interesting to follow for that. I have my eyes peeled, and I'll be looking at their rotation and their decision making throughout for sure. My question is though, how are the teams with a similar circle? How are the teams going to be approaching it to make it a better game than their last one? Right? How are they doing in terms of macro? Where are they positioning themselves in the map?
So there'll be, I feel like Entropic want to do exactly the same thing, but they can afford to take more risks and maybe go through 1 or 2 more squads. But where they were was perfect. Obviously, are we going to see? I'm trying to think of some teams from the last game where maybe rotated in late and got a bit sandwiched. Smiley Face are one, maybe LOL team as well are going to be thinking about can we move in sooner, get a prio compound before the equivalent moment in game number 1. I wonder if we're just going to see a much faster game as a result.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. I don't think we're going to see much more like in terms of aggressive. Right now that the teams have filled it out, they're like, all right, it's actually a competitive game. They're gonna try to make the best of it in terms of early positioning, and obviously keep as many players alive as possible. We don't see the funny La Bandita situation as well with that
was weird.
And I would really like to see, most importantly here, we need to see the teams try to stay 4 guys alive, because there's so many situations where we see players, teams lose 1, 2 players, and then it's practically impossible to win a game with that. Oh, shots coming in here from Hogless with SLR 4X. Some good shots. And they're basically sharing this compound here. It's kind of a...
Not great, though, for them, because Blackstar just need to get out of there as soon as possible. Orglis have the high ground. It's not like... if anyone's seen Star Wars, you know exactly what happens next if they hang around there. But realistically, Orglis can't push up there, nor do they want to in phase 1. So they just have to get the heck out of Dodge and accept that Orglis have the better position, which is fine. We see Stardust now moving in relatively early. They had a lot of people in that truck, so they're going to rectify that situation en route to Circle. And we've got members of a Whopper right behind them.
Yep. And I don't think they're going to be chasing. I think they saw that there were multiple in that car. Now coming in close to Picardo. Stardust trying to get into this. Oh, look at that. A little bit of a drop. What are we going to be getting here?
Nice little arm. Cheeky bolt action.
A little big boy green machine. He's like, oh, God, I want to reload it before leaving. I'm like, oh, you're not going to be shooting that for some time. All right. This time around,
drive-by arm headshot incoming.
Yeah, the drive-by bolt action. We've seen a few of those. Would like to see more.
Yes.
It is a little bit further, kind of northwest-ish, no?
A little bit, yeah. Look at this. The number of full teams that aren't in, 4. Compared to this time last game, where that number was probably 6 or 7. So teams are valuing getting to somewhere they can defend quicker. And what that means is, provided everyone gets to where they want to go, we might actually end up having a very, very quiet rest of phase 1, start of phase 2, because people are a little bit more in position than they were.
Shots coming in from Divan also. They're full force now. Ooh, that'll be nuts. 1T. Taking shots too from Grindmore.
I just realized I read that nickname as level 3U instead of Love You.
Yeah.
But I think it might be on purpose.
I think
that's very smart. Very smart.
I mean, level 3U is... I would rather have a level 3 than Love, no? If you can permanently have level 3, that'd be nice.
I mean, yeah, like how much damage does Love block? That's the question, right?
Oh, yeah. It's a 55%
we need the stats.
55% level 3, 40% level 2.
It's like I don't mind Love, but it has to block more than 55 damage. That's all I'm saying. As long as it does that, we're cool.
As long as it doesn't instant knock.
No, yeah, Love just instant knocks you guys. Spoiler alert. It's sad because it's true. I'm looking forward to seeing what Divan does this game as well, because they were in that fight with Hal in La Bandita in game number 1, right? So really, from a let's check them out point of view, realistically, this is game number 1 for them. Hal to an extent as well. We only got to see what they did as a 2-man. So hopefully they'll stay out of each other's hair this time, and we get to see them perform at close to their best.
Yep. This is an interesting split. The two compounds here. They obviously can kind of help each other a little bit out, but they are the same basically, no matter what the circle is like. I don't really like the one on the field now. Skate moving in here as the circle close. Good first game, good amount of kills. I actually got a message from Pixel saying how he ended up dying, and he got a headshot and a tire popped, and then because of the tire pop, he took some damage because from a bridge, because the tire pop lowered the vehicle, making it no cover, so he didn't have any cover, and then unfortunate situation in general.
Oof. So after getting shot, hitting the ridge basically killed him.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I have once had a vehicle slowing down after a tire gets popped, and it was slow enough that if you exited the vehicle, it would do some damage, but it wouldn't kill you, right? So I hit F, I exited the vehicle to get some cover, but because the tire popped, the vehicle was spinning, and the rear of the vehicle killed me.
Oh, so it's like slammed
it like
you?
Spun back into me.
Oh no, yeah, that's
that
unfortunate
sucked.
situation too.
Didn't even know that could happen.
Yep.
None of that in this game, though.
Nope. But yeah, it's when you're missing a tire on the front, it's easier to hit like some of those ridges that you can drive into, and it'll just full stop you and do you some damage, right? And that's super unfortunate.
Yes.
That would have been a different game for Skate potentially if that didn't happen.
And they had a great game anyway. Like, imagine if that didn't happen. Like, with how good the timing was from Entropic, but then again, the timing from Entropic was in part because they knew Pixelic was down, right?
Oh yeah,
if it wasn't for that, it would have been. Yeah, you're right. So, who knows? I'd like to see those two as like top 2 fighting it out at some point today. That would be great.
That'd be crazy, especially because there's a difference in the first and second place. If you get in the first place, you get in the upper bracket, meaning you'll have the double elimination chance. If you get in second place, you'll be in the lower bracket, meaning you will only have one best of 12 to make it to the grand final.
Next circle now popping a little bit further west than before. Remember, at this point in the last game, we still had Los Leones in the circle. Well, parts of it anyway. We are very firmly moving on to Chumacera. Every priority compound, if it's empty, will be taken up in the next 30 seconds, and then nobody's going to want to leave. That's how this is going to play out. So many open spaces here. You don't want to be caught out. If you get shot at, you want to make sure you escape line of sight as soon as possible. A tire popping could mean death here. So very, very anxious period for all of our teams as they try and scramble to work out which compounds are free and which are already taken.
Ooh, Stardust, they are not willing to commit to Jet Ives getting one from Grindmore. It's 1T going down. Stardust they're going to be chilling out on the northern side of the edge. Now, Entropic on the northwestern side of Chumacera, they're holding on to that. Interesting situation for them. And also because they don't know the third circle yet, they are not fully ready to commit.
Normally, you'd see them grab a prior compound outside of the city.
But it's because of the land ratio. They want to be sure 100% where the next circle is going to go.
Oh, dear.
Ooh, Saha pushing and taking down Fancy from Karagumrud. That's unfortunate for them. Now, Divan is going to have multiple members joining in there. Illidan Oh, trying to pre-nade. That's going to be interesting. No, not going to be close enough.
It did. Did it do damage? Oh, no, that was a headshot from somewhere else. That really, really nice stuff there. And Divan taking full advantage of the element of surprise. So important in PUBG. Could hear them coming a mile away and just lay in wait. And unfortunately, that is more players down. Divan having a field day right now. That's 3 knocks and counting.
Divan having a good cross on each other for this situation here. Oculus actually disengaging. MSync and CCI next. It's going to be trying to reposition, leave. More shots are coming in. That is actually Deppy6 from Karagumrud taking MSync down from Oculus. He's going to try to get that finish off. He's going to secure the point there from Karagumrud. That's important. Nice. They get 2 now. Fancy got the other one.
Damage control right now for Karagumruk, unfortunately. I feel like the reaction to them being surprised by Divan, unfortunately, didn't help them in this situation. Almost panicking into taking the fight. And as a result, they have 1 more player left alive in this game. Not ideal for them at all, with all 16 teams still alive. But as long as you have a player alive, there's every chance you can pick up more kills and more placement points as well. So it's not over till it's over. We're now on board with Hal, who we really didn't get to see too much of in game number 1. All 4 of them are very much still alive, and it looks like they've got a decent compound to play off of in phase number 2.
And Hal also with a recent... Ooh,
okay.
That's a good circle straight onto Chumacera. It is going to go... the northwest, I believe, here in the next one based on land ratio, but we'll be looking at that. We could have some sliver of Chumacera still in, and Tropic is going to be staying on the northern side of Chumacera, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be going northwest. That's also why they hung around for that one.
This will be very, very interesting indeed. We've got, is that Drain? That is Drain Gang sort of moving in on the top side of Chumacera, where the warehouses and the single-story large buildings are. That's not really a threat to Entropic at the moment. There's a sort of like cliff that goes down into the main body of Chumacera itself. These teams will be busy focusing on everyone else around them. It's going to be ages until they need to look at each other, so absolutely no worries there. And then further down, we have Late to Party, which might actually be a good thing if this circle finishes in an urban environment. We'll have to wait and see, but we might get an urban finish here.
Could be interesting. It's a hard one. I think Chumacera is one of the hardest finishes in terms of urban, because you have to cross this big road. If you have to get from the higher ground to the low ground or vice versa, it's going to be rough in general. No, Dipper6 is going to try to survive here for Carradine Road. More shots coming in from Inovici. They have this high ground church. We'll see if that's going to be beneficial for them later. Stardust losing Milkup. Meta Bay finds CCI next. August is down in 16th place.
Unfortunate for them in game number 2. Not having the best start to today's festivities, but we'll see if they can make up for it in our next and final Miramar game. Unfortunately, that flipped car means that Laza from Howl is going to get knocked in rotation as well. So they were looking for a way to make game number 2 count a little bit more, and they have survived longer, but not like this, unfortunately. Karagumruk, that's Deppy6. He gets both of them, actually. Howl eliminated, and 2 critical points for Karagumruk, who were down to 1 player.
That is that's crazy to see now. More shots coming in. Mechanical Tunnel, I believe that is Shiv going down. And now we're going to be seeing the circle closely. The next one is going to be crucial for this one, John. The question is, have the teams played it correctly? I think we should be going northwest here, according to what I saw shortly here on the map stream. Let's see if we're going to be able to see a little bit of a res here. That's going to happen for sure.
I think the problem with the res there is that after it happens, have they got the means to... Okay, they've got a 2-man bike, which is fair enough. So just going to be carrying Shiv there. And Smiley Face still all alive. Let's take a look at this circle. It's about to pop.
Oh, it's
and
east.
We've got a 3 o'clock hard shift here. So remember when we were talking about moving out of Chumacera and grabbing Church early? Suddenly, That's looking like a very solid decision indeed. And I think that's 3V who are there as well. So they did very well in game number 1.
Yeah, they're gonna have a good time. Skate also in the center compound, that little schoolyard thing. They're gonna be having a good time. Not too hard to defend now that they have all 4 there. They're gonna be looking to see some of the teams trying to get out of Chumacera later. Let's see how much Vinovic can get out of it.
Most of these teams now are bedding into where they are, especially if they were inside phase number 4. You see all of these compounds to the east of Chumacera. Nobody has to or wants to move from them at the moment. What we didn't see too much of last game, though, we didn't really see, even towards the end of the game, any 4-man teams crash into a compound and try and take a fight or anything like that. It was all very well behaved for the most part, if you excuse the La Bandita antics at the beginning. So I wonder if in this game, as we move out of Chumacera, if some teams are going to be forced to start crashing and we start to properly see that CQB stuff begin.
Late to party. They have the high ground here as the only team. I think they will be fine. We'll see, though, what the situation is going to be with that. No.
Xerox here. They just... I'm not even sure if he needs to peek or if he needs to stay still at this point. I feel like Drain Gang knows that someone's here, but maybe not the precise location. The thing is, he's in circle and Drain Gang still has to push up to him, but you don't want to do that when someone's right behind you and they can trade and go 3v1, right? Just because you're in circle doesn't mean it's a good position to be in.
Yeah,
exactly. I think that's where they're struggling.
Late to party finds one.
Good
Drain
start.
Gang starting off with his own shots coming in from the side. Xerox gone down, though. Now Tycee has to help. Ooh. Bad. There's going to be a push. Nice. He's going to get that down to Verbatim. That's great. Now the push onto this guys in the smoke. Actually finds one more. Finds Sanjo. Really well played here by Veronica.
Love the name, by the way. Veronica 7.
Yeah.
Very good. Oh, dear. Sending it into the truck. Very nice nade from Hakatori. Nothing you can do. As soon as you hear the ding, you go, yeah, okay, I'm done now.
Yeah, exactly. Not Tycee and late to party. Not late just yet. Looks like Drain Gang's gonna be able to get the rest off easily.
I think the problem here for late to party, if I'm being honest, is that they sort of
late to the party.
Well, yeah, I guess that too. But they started that fight almost as 4 players who were trying to be sneaky and waiting for people to come up to them. At no point did I see them. Maybe it was too late already, but it didn't feel like they were playing as a squad of 4. It felt like they were playing as 4 sneaky solos, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. And also they're trying to get off high ground. They have to try to get into the circle. If they're not trying to get into the circle, they have to full focus on trying to get as many kills out of that situation as possible. And they didn't. They were playing spread and not really focusing on eliminating the other team.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see how that ends up for them once we get to the leaderboard later. Now Trimble, some good shots earlier here. Lul is with a good offense on that. They're gonna get the rests off and probably get Asphalt out of this situation.
Just getting healed up now, so the Asphalt can at least attack and do something as a duo. Good nades from Lennox.
That's a fantastic molly too.
Just missed by a hair, but it's enough to get the headshot with the peak. Marcos coming in to try and swap in. There we go. There's the trade. And a LOL team surviving. That's Asphalt, unfortunately. We'll see them back in game number 3.
He's just dropping everything. He's going very slowly. Ooh, Maximum Black finds Scoom. Hakator finds Robin from the Hood. That's so unfortunate for Smiley Face. Again, in this situation here, they are just going to try to get as many points out of this as possible.
Phase 5 hurts, man.
Yeah, 5 damage per second at this point. Just time to get this popped off here from Allman. And Smiley Face has to try to run off from this one here. Again, in this situation, at the high ground from Jimmer, this is not the winning area. You're going to have such a hard time to get off from this high ground. So if they were really trying to go for the win, they should have made a play for the circle earlier. But they realize they're not going to be able to get to a winning position. So they're trying to get as many kills from that as possible. Nail up in the kill feed, popping off. Novik 2 from Skate. Now Lol trying to squeeze out some points in this situation too. 4 kills for Entropic, 4 guys alive, and they are now pushing on the advance here as Skate.
Grind more. Unfortunately, falling victim to Entropic there, as Nail-Up, of course, is back in for game number 2. The whole team continuing to wait for the team up top to come down. Well, they didn't have to wait very long. That's Vanehax with a beautiful grenade to eliminate them, meaning that every team remaining now will be in the placement points. Even Smiley Face will get one, if only by 1 second.
All right, what are we going to get here from Entropic? Are they going to be pushing on to Skate? I don't really want to see that now, considering where the circle is. I want to see them sweep on the northern side. They are as well looking. Yeah, they are going to be sweeping on the northwestern side, trying to get into the circle from that angle. Now, Dipper6 chilling just inside the circle here. Managed to get a bit of placement points and kills here for Karen Gumrook. Good to see for them.
It's doing good. I mean, they went down to 1 player, super early on in this game, right? So the fact that he's in the placement points and has got 2 more kills, this is not sexy PUBG, but it's absolutely what teams need to do when they're having a bad game. So fair play to him.
Lukarooks trying to go with some info for this one.
They're outside. They have to make a move.
Yeah, I want to see them sweep this northwestern edge here. That's the play. I'm not sure if they want to try to take out Skate or if it's because they know it's Skate that they want to take them out. That could be the situation too. Pixel has information on sound cues here on Entropic. Smokes are coming out. He deployed here. Boppus is out in 7th place. Now top 6. 2 points guaranteed to all the teams. Jim T.
Is that iron sights at the 24-minute mark?
Yep.
Must have taken off a 3x. That's got to be it. Oh no, the railing eats the bulk of that, unfortunately, as Entropic and Skate now properly go at it. Jempty trying to time a nade perfectly there. It does get a lot of damage done, but Pixelic is now down to a well-placed nade from Nail-Up.
Oh, and I've down just to Novik. This is exactly what Entropic want to try to defeat and try to take out one of their closest competitors. And then manage to do so. Novik, though, finds Lukarooks. Lukarooks go down to Novik immediately with insta-flush. Novik is just going to be running away from that. Shots are coming into the compound from Vinivici. They know that it's Skate and Entropic. They kind of want to try to contain that fight and try to make sure that they don't make it further. Kubit takes down Gemty with the flush. Oh, Novik, 2 kills here for Skate.
You know whose hands this plays into? Karagumruk. They're very happy that like multiple teams in front of them at the edge of zone are busy fighting each other. They might get a top 3 place out of this if they keep going like that.
Yeah, they can third fight it 3. Oh, nice shot from Novik. Takes down Nail-Up. And that's a little bit of a cue for Vinivici to set things up.
Molly didn't quite hit. Nail-Up did a good job of crawling away super quickly, to be fair. He thinks they're inside the school, but they're actually outside the other end.
That's a fantastic Molly to contain them from the inside, but they have more to play with from that. Try to get some deeper here now, Novik. Can you get out of this situation here? Oh, that's a perfect play from Ivas. He goes up on the rafters and then takes him down here, John.
That's really, really nice. They're really calm play, even under pressure from Entropic. They take down Skate and they're able to continue. But now we've got a member of 3V having a look to see if they can clean up. Entropic have managed to heal up now, and I think this is such a smart decision. They went over, they did a quick bit of scouting and went, actually, even if there was a timing here, we might have missed it now, and immediately runs to rejoin their teammates in circle. Super smart play.
Yeah, well executed. They also have by far the better side of the circle with some high ground, with some ridges to play for, and they also have to contain more teams. Remember, there is a Divan team on the northern side and 2 members of Orglis that Divan is trying to contain inside that compound too.
3V basically have a third of the circle to themselves at the moment. Divan slightly up to the north. I'm pretty sure they've been seen as well. So there's the battle lines being drawn. The question for me is, how far into the circle do the teams down south push? And in particular, are Entropic going to try and push into this position? Will Karagumruk be able to play another role in this game? Possibly by taking down a member of Entropic. Like, it's still all to play for here.
Quality finds one of the Divan members. Sahar finds another one. Now Native gone down. Vainhax finds a Divan member. This is huge. Karagumruk could be a dividends for Vidivici. This is huge. Another point here for Karagumruk. Divisix really have been able to step it up for them. Second piece, find QB though.
Yeah, that could easily have been Entropic, depending on who walked over there as well. The Triple V and Entropic both taking damage. 3V have got 3 members alive. Entropic as a duo. Blackstar have got 2. Karagumruk with the solo. But man, what a solo. Finally getting taken out by Nailup now. Entropic with that sound cue, knowing that he took out that member of 3V. And we are down to our final 3 teams. And Entropic, once again, are one of them.
Yeah, and so is Vidivici here. 3 guys alive, could potentially take this one home, depending on what we see from Entropic. And as you say here, there are a situation where Vidivici is just fully focused on Entropic.
They're quite... Are they? How split are they? Like on the mini map, it looks like they're quite split, but maybe they can cover for each other, like through the sight lines. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen if Entropic, for example, take out Ecolo and start collapsing his position. I don't know how much 3V can come over to help.
Yeah, it's a big split here. And as you say here, like if Entropic goes full focus 2, pushes us 2, then they could isolate those 2 fights. But let's see what Blackstar does. They have 2 guys alive, and they could have an impact on this one too.
They certainly can. They're basically the Joker in the pack here. They've got the northwestern edge of the circle too. So Entropic are on the south, and Vidivici are on the east. No one realistically wanting to move into each other. The next zone as well is going to be phase 9, so that's where the dot comes out. So pay attention to who has to crest over the ridge first, because that's the team, whoever it is, that's going to have to use all of their smoke grenades first out of the 3.
Blackstar has a really good ridge here to work with. Understandable that Vidivici doesn't want to push them.
Every team here wants to be the last team to start fighting, right?
Yeah,
they want to hear the gunshots somewhere else. And as soon as they hear that, that's when they have a little bit of a look-see.
Christian is 5 smokes from Ivers, and whatever Nailup has is going to be enough. I don't think so. I mean, yeah.
Have they got? Can they use that hill in front of them without the smokes?
Yeah, they might actually have a pretty decent entry into the zone if they are able to keep them off. A little bit early in the smokes, 2 minutes until full close, but they are okay. So it's also to get out the nades and the utility here. The question is, what does Blackstar do here? Do they push them over there, or?
Blackstar can gatekeep Entropic if they time this right.
But Eucalyptus is on the other side there, and that's a good nade potentially. Okay, 54, 39. He has to heal now. Both of them has to heal. Molotovs come out. Did they get hit? I think I saw a hit. Nope, they didn't. Smokes are coming out. The Vidivici is containing all of the control they already have. Now they're pushing good Molotov there. Sekbis gets down. Quality gets 1-2.
Amazing.
Extremely well executed here by Vidivici, John.
Yeah, now it's a 3v2. Suddenly it's a lot more chilled out. Nailup gets a nade onto Evas. I'm not sure what happened there, but this means it's now effectively a 3v1. And, well, Nailup wasn't in game number 1. He very much is here in game number 2, but it's only a second place as Veni Vidi Vici take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's another situation where we're like, what happened there? We gotta ask them. So I'm gonna shoot them a message and ask what's on with that nade.
There's going to be an internal story there for sure that we will hear at some point during the next game. But look, Entropic, Chicken Dinner, second place with double-digit kills in both. Well, certainly in this one, they are, as far as average per game is concerned, they are currently aiming to cruise.
And also Veni Vidi Vici with the win here after getting a third place and a good amount of kills. This is going to put them in a really good situation after just 2 games. Another hot circle, another Miramar circle, obviously, but somewhat home turf circle for some of these teams, John, which is going to have an impact, of course. I would love to see a wild circle for the next one, just so we don't have 3 similar ones. That was a fantastic nade onto Veronica.
Oh dear. As soon as you hear the dink, you know you're done. Like there's no point trying to get out from the prone. You know you basically say to yourself, yeah, well played, acceptable.
Exactly.
And this fight as well, the way Entropic were able to move into Skade was it was so well executed, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Dipsix being able to get them a lot of points out for Karagumruk, almost having an impact on the boys from Veni Vidi Vici. But Nailup sniffed him out, found him, 9 kills from Entropic in that situation. And then the push here from Veni Vidi Vici in the end. Not as many kills as they had last time, John, but a good one for sure.
Yes, and if they can keep this level of consistency getting into those final circles and just being parts of those fights, you're going to win some of those fights. You're going to lose some of them as well. But on average, you're putting yourself in such a good position to be part of those 2 places that get invited to the Super Week off the back of this. So you're watching, ladies and gentlemen, the G-Loot Monthly Showdown. We've got $2,500 in prize money on offer that we have to give away tonight, and 2 places to the Super Week as well for G-Loot Season 6. There's a lot more to play for. We've had 2 maps of Miramar now, 1 more to go before we move over to the green pastures of Erangel. We'll see you right after this break.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot.
the G Loot Monthly Showdown. I'm Jorisar. With me is Avenger. We've seen two very excellent games so far, but with some teams that I'm now tempted to call the usual suspects doing consistently well despite having a very different playing path. Veni Vidi Vici, perhaps the team we didn't expect to be part of that top two at the beginning. They've done a really solid job, but Entropic also showing us their class.
Yeah, as we once we got into this here, we were like, all right, who's going to be the big dogs? It's going to be Entropic, but yeah, Veni Vidi Vici doing extremely well back to back. Third place, first place, good kills as well. I'm going to be curious to see how they're going to be able to do throughout the next games. And also, once we swap over to Wrangle, 17 points from this one, though. Good consistency from them, John.
Yes, very good consistency indeed. So we do see them. I don't actually know if they'll be above Entropic on the overall scoreboard, but we'll take a look at that in a second. Divan managing to grab 10 points from that game as well. And considering they went down to one player so early, Karagumruk actually there, taking home 9 points from a game where you could almost argue they had no business having more than 1 point to begin with. It really quite strong from them.
Yeah, he was able to have a huge game in that situation. The P6 being able to jump in, but this is closer than I expected.
Wow.
Entropic 33, Veni Vidi Vici 31, and Skate with 17 only. So obviously the wins on both sides is huge, but the consistency is still there.
Yeah, like let's talk about this for a second, right? Skade, they've done reasonably well so far, and I'm waiting for that one game where they properly pop off and announce their presence.
For sure.
A couple of things I wasn't expecting. Grindmore with 2 points, was definitely expecting more. I'm a little surprised to see Howl with 3 as well.
Right.
And I still secretly want to see Smiley Face not just pop up to the top half of the leaderboard, but I want to see them in top 5 territory.
Yeah, for sure. How big a surprise to me right now, but it's only 2 games. Definitely expect them to jump up there 2. Considering it's 2 that they were, they've been able to do a little bit of changes. They've updated their roster coming into this, trying to get ready for G-Loot Season 6 and PCS 7. So yeah, I'm definitely hoping that they're going to be able to jump in and definitely contest the top 8, top 6 in that territory.
So we've had 2 Miramars so far, very different playing paths, Martin. It's been quite interesting, although we've had borderline the same circle, at least up to sort of phase 2, 3. Is this the point where we want to see things mixed up a bit? Do we want to see something a little bit wild for game 3?
Yeah, if we could order a playing path, it would be lovely to see one from the east and maybe go up towards the northwest. That would be great.
Yeah, okay. And then we finish on the islands? Which one, yeah?
No. Maybe Oasis or something crazy like that.
Okay, yeah, that would actually be good fun. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, despite the playing paths being very different, the way the initial circles played out in games 1 and 2 were broadly similar. In game number 2, because of that, we saw loads more teams rush into the center quickly. Now that they've done that, we could be seeing teams continue to do that and continue to build on that momentum because that looked pretty solid. We'll find out in just a second what game number 3 looks like. We are back into the skies over Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time today as we find out which 2 teams will be going through to the Super Week and which teams will be going away with the lion's share of $2,500. You almost got your wish, Martin. Very close. 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, give or take. A little bit northern skew. We just needed to bump the end of that plane path a bit more towards Trailer Park.
Yeah, that would be great. All the way up to La Cabrera, Alcantara. No, but this is great. The vast majority of the teams are going to have a good time finding their usual drop spots. So that's going to be completely easy for them to do. Question is obviously where we're going to be ending up. Hopefully not similar. Hopefully we get
Sarah again.
No, that would be horrendous. I don't want to see that, especially not on a BO6.
Yeah, we don't really want the same thing. Okay, maybe I haven't seen the hills around water treatment for a very, very long time in a late game. I'm not saying that would be good or bad, but I'm just trying to think of things we haven't seen in quite a while, you know? Circles haven't really gone northeast very much recently, if I'm being honest. I haven't seen too much of Cruz, too much of Tierra Bronca.
They've been rare there for sure.
Yeah, mega rare. I love a good Oasis finish as well when we get those. Very rare. No.
Central for Black Star, and we'll see how that's going to end up. It's a 2-2 split for Veronica in there with the VSS already. Late to party. Black Star. What are you guys up to?
And why the contest now in game number 3? Isn't that interesting? I don't remember exactly where these teams dropped in game 1 and 2 respectively, but they're proper looking to try and stop them this early on. Late to Party gets one, but Blackstar managing to grab a second knock as well. What can they do?
This is going to be rough in general. Xerx and Tazy has nothing in this at all. There is no way they win this. They can't even isolate the fight there. Oh, they saw one. No. Is Squeaky and Veronica going to be able to turn this with some info that there maybe some save reses or whatever? But no, I don't think so. Veronica's just under the two other guys from Blackstar. Flush coming in there. That is Squeaky out.
This is rough. I can't really see the 1v4 VSS incoming. I'd love to be able to say that's a possibility, but I'm afraid I don't think so. Not this time around. Wait and see how this ends. Pow Max finishing off Veronica as well. So no more information being given there. Blackstar up to 2 kills, and all 4 of them are alive, crucially. This is rough.
It's not the best it's not optimal situation for them for sure. Are they going to be disengaging, just running away? Looks like it. Just to
update you there, Martin. Blackstar dropped here in game number 2, and Late to Party dropped El Pozo.
Okay, so it's a hot drop / trying to get out of that. Paul Max with some good shots. Connecting a little bit onto Xerox. Xerox has a shotgun and 11 HP now. And he's going to be found by Ecliptus. Tazy. Oh, that's unfortunate for Late to Party.
Wow.
And that is 4 points for Blackstar after top 3 finish last time.
Yeah, this is very interesting stuff there. Late to Party, I don't know what caused the change in drop location. I certainly don't know about the contest there, but unfortunately that's them out of the game. The good news for Blackstar is it was relatively clean in the big scheme of things. All 4 of them are left alive, so that's not too bad. In the meantime, though, it looks like Grindmore have got a little bit of a situation on their hands.
This is a rough situation for them too. Rojstad, with the shotgun. Bang. Okay, no. Didn't work out for them. Gets the M4, gets the reload. Okay. Like giving them a lot of space here in this situation,
right?
John.
Picking up the shotgun again. I was like, you don't necessarily want to drop the shotgun at this point. More flashbangs out. Can hear multiple feet. Oh no, he flashes himself. That could have been an opportunity for a knock, and that's all gone horribly wrong for Roy. He goes down straight away. The rest of Grindmore aren't in the same building, but they are in the vicinity. And the problem is they're now quite split, whereas all of the other team are inside the same warehouse. So if anyone from Grindmore gets knocked now, it's going to take so much care and attention for them to get these safe reses off.
I don't see them getting, like, in this situation here, like, I don't even see them why they're fighting for this compound at this point. I want to see them trying to fight for a good late game position, try to stay 4 guys alive, try to squeeze out as many points as they can.
They have vehicles, right? Like they can back off. They can choose to, right?
I think they could just take the cars west and just get off. We'll see, though.
3 members left alive. Grindmore at the moment looking like they're posturing to try and retake this. Asphalt inside the warehouse. They got Roy relatively cleanly after that flashbang. Unfortunately, flashed himself. Now, Grindmore are basically relying on a surprise initial knock. If they get seen... Oh, here we go. Is that going to be a surprise knock? Not quite. 2 bullets do hit. He's down to 50 HP. Potential problem there. He manages to get away, though. And now the flank from the north is no longer a surprise for Grindmore.
Nope. No element of surprise here. Now Maximum Black's going to find BL, and he's going to be taken out. That's Grindmore down to 2. More shots coming in. Good for me, Chris. Asphalt lost 1. Now shots are coming in from the side that looks like a third party.
Yeah.
Stealing the kills.
Horrible third party there for Grindmore. They were already a man down, and Maximum Black managing to get a knock after the element of surprise disappeared from the north. This is a horrible situation for them to be in. Chris goes down as well, and it's all up to 1T. He was the flanker from up north, but of course their position has been compromised when he was shooting the buggy earlier as well, so they know he's there. And sadly, we're at a point where Asphalt just have complete information. They can afford to hang around and stay there and ask, what are you going to do next? So very firm win for them.
Nice shots here from Ecliptos. Really good shots from Blackstar. 5 points for them. Now popping tires too. Circle is going to be moving in, and the teams are going to be shifting around. Now, this is an interesting circle because there's so much unplayable around, and you can see how the teams, they have lined themselves up around the high ground craters, around the power grid kernel.
You don't want to go too close to the unplayable high ground, though, obviously, with the circle moving away. But at the same time, it just gives you such a good vantage point where you get so much information for your team.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a balance between figuring out where everyone is and forgetting where everyone else is, getting a good position yourself. And you basically have to figure out how to do both of those things.
Exactly. All right. Drain Gang is pushing on to Innovici. Are they going to get something out of it? Oh, what's the situation?
I think they need one more good frag, really. I feel like 3V have more than enough time to consolidate or leave, depending on what they want to choose to do.
Yeah.
Still trying, though, to be fair. And if they dawdle, they will be able to get a knock. Seeing the first bike go away is useful because that means they can just shoot whoever's left. Oh, no! And that's that extra bit we were talking about. He got in the vehicle, then got out to heal. Could have just gone over the next ridge, and that would have been fine. But it looks like 3V are going to be one down.
Yeah, they didn't expect this push from them, especially here in phase one. Segabish been spotted by Hackatory. What are they going to... I think it looks like they're going to get the res off again, John.
That's a... Wow. I did not... I honestly thought that Verbatim would be able to get that res. Extremely surprising. Quality with the trade there is actually going to help them get away with the res as well. I did not expect this from 3V. I'm very surprised and also very impressed that they pulled this off.
For sure. This is great for them, being able to turn it around like that. They didn't capitalize on it, Drain Gang. They should have, I feel like.
I think so. That should have been at least a point on the board. And because 3V were looking to come back and possibly get the res, they might have been able to get a second one as well. However, Max with the third party onto quality there. Oh, that's because Blackstar right above them. That's so unfortunate. That's not a third party. That's quality running into them.
The Shanties here is always a rough situation to try to survive in, especially if you're alone. But these guys were here early on, and they heard quality moving in with his vehicle. 55 left alive now, 15 teams. Circle pop. Oh my God. That's a little puzzle ending if I was doing one. Holy.
Well, I mean, you said you wanted something interesting. Chumacera already out, so let's go El Pozo instead. And what's interesting is with this plane path, there's nobody there at the moment, so it's going to be a race to get there quickly. And some of the teams that are moving there first, we've got Orglis on the move already, but Skade, I think, are going to be the first team in. So really trying to leapfrog their way up the leaderboard here. Remember that gap between third and second, 17 points place, 31. That's a gap after 2 games. So Skade have work to do here, but off to a good start.
Stardust moving in. They have to get a good rotation in too. Skade in the distance there.
Oh, that's 1T on the rock, adopting the Batulin's position. Just anywhere 5,000 feet above sea level.
Exactly. Scoom going down to only Takas. Hawkless finding one. That's unfortunate for Smiley Face. He needs to get there. The ball rolling. No, he's going to be taken completely out. That's unfortunate for Smiley Face for sure. Now they have to move in and try to get a good position with the 3 men. They can't really split efficiently anymore.
They'll just have to do an entropic. Easier said than done.
Yeah. Are you comparing Scum and Naleb? Like 2017, 16, 2017, 18 Scum, maybe?
You know what? Yeah, maybe. Back then, that would have been a fight. Who knows? Maybe we'll see that once we get onto Erangel. We can always hope.
True. Huge rotation from Oculus, though. The Cynic and the boys, they are going to be moving in. I was problem finds Palmax from Blackstar.
Palmax has had a great game so far. Blackstar up to 6 kills and had all 4 alive. So they've been doing some good work in this early game. They need to not let that get too much ahead of them. We haven't seen, of course, the circumstances of that knock just yet, but they've been playing very, very well indeed. But they're going to have to if they want to start chasing down the leading pack. After this game, it's the halfway point, right? Where we get a first, I guess, real look at who the contenders are going into Erangel unless someone comes out of nowhere. And Blackstar, they want to at least be in the chasing pack that are in with a chance.
For sure. If you're able to get off two, 3 fantastic games.
So heading in a bit into El Pozo. Do we think, because of the unplayable area here, Martin, do we reckon that we are more likely than not to get an urban finish? It's like still phase 2-3, so it's really tricky to call. But because we know that phase 4 will shift a certain way, what are the chances that we are of watching these squads go building to building, properly fighting over every square meter?
It's really rare that we see these El Pozo endings for sure, due to how the circle is laid out and how the terrain is around it. But we'll see once we get to that. I'm not sure about that.
I don't know how I feel about having an urban ending in a best of 6. It's one of those situations where, as a viewer, as a spectator, you love to see it. It's a little bit of a struggle to sort of keep track of everything that's going on, but it's also so much fun at the same time, right? And as one of the players, you're thinking, I've only got 6 games. I need to maximize the number of points per game. I really don't need a wrench thrown into my game like this. That's a horrible thing. So I don't really know where I stand on it all. In an 18, in a 30 game tournament, sure, no problem. Bring it on all day long. But today, I feel like some of these teams are going to be cursing it.
Yeah, and with this circle here, circle 3 pop like that, we're likely going to be seeing a Western shift. So it could be a open field ending. It could be a slide and Pozo ending here, but we'll see. Right now, we're looking like Howl is going to be in a good situation. Divan in a pretty decent situation. And Tropic just lost Naleb. And that's an unfortunate situation.
He joined Scum.
And then Tropic, they're going to be going on a 2-2 split on the western side, trying to get that control. That could be good for them. We'll see how far they're going to be able to take it.
They've got the res. Easy res.
Yeah. And not contested as well.
Still split in that 2-2. I'm not sure to what extent. Divan certainly know there are multiple people in those concretes. I'm not sure if they know for a fact it's 2, but not really the points in the game where they go, right, let's hard commit, because they might want to move from there in the next circle. So that's all pretty chill. And again, Blackstar continuing to get these points on the board in the early stages of the game. We're 15 minutes in now. They're nearly on 10 kills, our Blackstar. They've been very active this game. They took a good squad fight, but they've also just been taking out individual team members here and there. It's like they're spotting the small errors that everyone else is making. Yeah. Just really capitalizing on them. Speaking of capitalizing on errors, though, going a little bit too close to Luca Rooks, and that's potentially 2 members of Orglis down. Have I spoken too soon? Is this a caster curse from high heaven? It might be.
Good shots there. Luca Rooks is really aware of his surroundings, but
oh no.
Sarah is going to find him. The question is QB going to be able to save him? No, Luca Rooks is going to go down for that, and Tropic going to be down to 3 members now. Unfortunate situation for them, but
Luca.
They're going to be having a western side of this, and Divan is going to be in front of them, so they're going to have a fight to get into the circle here. Next circle is going to pop in 10 seconds. Let's see if it's going to go west, as I said. That's very likely. I think so.
Divan now having a look as well. They heard the shots from elsewhere, and they're going, actually, maybe we can get away with this now. Sahar realizing that he's getting third-partied, and they're going to be very happy with this circle considering they've just realized they're in a sandwich, because we are indeed coming out of El Pozo into the field. I suppose an 11 o'clock hard shift back into El Pozo is possible, and that would be like mega monka for God knows how many teams, but this is certainly an interesting one.
For sure. The most scary prospect for me here is that we go straight to the fields, because it's so few areas to play, and you can see Stardust already going for it with a 1-1-2 split. Smiley Face going for some splits too, and that's definitely the case where we're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to get those hay bale shacks, even though they're not that viable.
Oh, very close indeed. We don't need to worry about the field. These guys have played Gatka before. It's a very transferable skill, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But it's certainly high tension as well. Like, the reason they're playing these splits, guys, is because having as much of that real estate as possible is so useful, unless someone like Nail Cop chucks an aid in the mix and says, we'll take all of that, thank you very much. That is not something I saw coming.
Nope. Now Oglas here, only Takas jumping in, pushing in onto Wobbers. Nice utility usage there. Oh, that's a flashbang. That's a good one. He had the lineup already though, and it fell off. Now Oglas much more. Are they going to be able to do fancy? Kalagurumburg with a 5 here in Blackstar. And then all the east, the eastern side is onto a rough situation here.
Blackstar losing one in rotation. They're going to be struggling with numbers as they move into the latter parts of this game. They've had a lot of kills already, but they're going to have to slow down the tempo of their game at this point. Greek semi-pro, love it, is finally going to make his way around the north side of El Pozo. The problem is this is outside of the next circle. They have to find a way to rotate back in, and there's a team in their way. It's 3v.
More rotations coming into the field here, John. It could be some fun situations. I feel like Stardust is going to get the high end of this one. Asphalt losing one, Lul in a rough spot.
Pretty much everyone's died coming into this field except Stardust, if we're being honest. It's been brutal. Killing fields, man. But more people still piling in. Lul looking for a home. They'll be able to drive through, but I'm not sure they'll be able to stop. They're giving it a go. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. And Skade looking to come in and try and sneak a couple as well. Manages to get one at least. Skade staying on the bottom edge of El Pozo. They have got a little bit of high ground as well. What a nade. That's a nade for Grindmore to be eliminated. 3v perfection there.
In general, really loving what I've been seeing here from Venimidovic in these games so far.
They've been
played
great.
Quite well, yeah. Newer team, newer lineup.
Blackstar eliminated in 12th, but I think they have something like 8 or 9 kills, so expect to see them on the leaderboard as well after the end of this game. They had a cracking start to this game.
Yeah. This is greedy though from Novik. The question is, can he get kills that he's looking to try to get out of this one? Ooh. Still stand a little bit still. Nope. He did still himself. Now Trimble. Green Machine be going down with the arm. Great big boy Green Machine.
And outside of circle as well. Like, Nowick is technically in a safe spot, but you have to get to him so quick because the circle is closing in 15 seconds. It's almost a little bit fortunate that he's in this position to begin with, but they're going to put themselves under so much pressure, not because they can't get him up, but because where do Skade rotate into now? They've got a minute and a half to figure out, with meds and with one of their players having no helmet, how they get a piece of these fields. And that is rough.
Exactly. Good nades. A lot of utility being committed here. Karagumruk. Ooh, if that was cooked, that would have been a killer nade. Nice shots coming on to Karagumruk. Now Skade. They are sending it straight down onto Karagumruk. And they actually managed to get both of them quite quickly. And now they have the control of the northern side of the circle here.
You know, I feel like the most important thing they can get from being in this position is the unused utility from Karagumruk. I don't know how many smokes they had.
That's a fantastic nade. Oh my god. Gemty finds Marcus.
Wow.
And Trimble is low himself. Another good nade. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Fantastic. Finished off Lul here. They're down in 10th place now. 6 kills for Skate. All 4 guys alive, and now they can just slowly push themselves into the next hayball shack here.
That Gemty cooks an excellent breakfast.
100%.
I have to do a bit more convincing to get him to serve it to be in bed, though.
True.
That'll take some time. Another potential good nade onto Divan. Sahar almost going down. He has to heal, but he's in the blue. Oh, God. Laza doesn't give him a chance. A follow-up nade there, and that is Asphalt out of the game. Wow, some great utility usage here.
Really fantastic. Howl 3 kills now. No, Divan returning the favor onto Lazar. He's going to try to pick him up and run in to the zone. It's going to work. Question is he going to make it all the way into the dip? Schofield is already inside the zone. This is good. And they're going to be able to get, they're going to be able to get this off now. The question is how much pressure can Howl put onto Entropic here? And will Divan survive? No, Divan will not survive for much longer. He's out in the blue. He's going to be dead now. GG Divan out in 7th place in a second or two.
They've got but they've got level love gear.
Yep.
Maybe that tanks zone damage.
That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, they don't have jammer packs in comp yet, but I suppose that's the equivalent.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Phase 6 has popped. We are properly going fields. If it wasn't confirmed before, it's double confirmed now. Skate with 7 kills, still all 4 of them up at the moment. And they have a good position up top in this hill. The problem is they lose all of their cover. Oh, Pixelic having a minor disagreement with the car for the 2nd game in a row, but he's not knocked this time. And crucially, where are they going to go once that hill goes out of play?
I think they just have utility to use then, and then they just use the curvature of the fields in general. They know that it's just not far enough. They're not coming off. Just a little bit longer, and that would have been good for them, but Auglis is going to be in there. Ooh, more cover for them. Now Sancho finds Gemty, and that is just some spray through the smokes. Question is Gemty going to be able to get rest? It looks like it. 7 kills for Skate here in top 6. 4 guys alive. This could be a good game for them considering how many of the teams have to move out of the south side now. It's Howl and the Strain Gang, and then Entropic is going to fight basically 3 teams fighting for 1 team's place inside the circle.
Maximum Black, he's had a decent game as well, although struggling to get those points on the board. He's doing a lot of damage though. Nail up goes down. The Mad picking up the point. Yeah, a bit unfortunate for him. QB going down as well, and suddenly it's only Evas left for Entropic. But to be honest, with the points haul that they've got, another top 6 finish, not bad at all.
Green Gang is going to get the longer end of the stick here. Oh, Blast finds Sancho. No, it goes down to Doge Cyrus.
I'm trying to work out where all of these guys are going to. Like, I feel like Drain Gang here, they want to just go straight into circle, but they can't because it's relatively flat. So their options are to sweep further north, but they don't know who's there, and they definitely know someone's immediately south of them. They have to make some pretty serious decisions in the next 20 seconds. Gemty staying alive. Skate down to 3. They've still got 8 here. And again, Drain Gang have an opportunity. Oh, God. A bigger opportunity now with that nade. We've seen several really good ones. Howl eliminated. They knew there was a squad down to their south. Now they know they're gone. So this is them buying space only for phase 7 to whip the zone out from under their feet.
All right, how are Green Gang gonna approach this one? Are they gonna try to take over some of these shacks here? A lot of pressure's coming in from Skate, but Skate kind of want them to engage on to Stardust here. In this case, I feel like
Stardust is so chill. They've got like half the circle, but they're not really actively shooting that much. And I guess if you're in Stardust position, right, as long as you can hear everyone north, south, west of you, if everyone's still shooting everyone else, I guess you don't really need the third party until you're completely sure you're winning the game. So maybe this is the smart game-winning play.
Yeah, they are a 3-way split. I'm not sure. It's going to be hard for them no matter what to win the game. And Skate has advanced a little bit with their splits. Potentially a grenade from Blast. It's maximum Blast. It's maximum black. Let's go. Doesn't connect. Oh, that's the pull up there from Drain Gang. Blast finds one. Maximum blinds from Blast. Now Drain Gang has to figure out how they're doing this, and this is important here because Skate could advance on this. Blast goes down, stolen from August.
And Drain Gang making some of those difficult decisions, deciding to pull up on that haystack. They know that one member of Stardust is down, potentially another great nade right into Messinic. And that was, I mean, if it wasn't for that roof, they'd all be dead right now. That is beautiful stuff. Dos Ceres then will be able to get revived, but Auglis live to fight another day. How much longer can they survive? In 10 seconds, that hay bale will be in zone, out of zone even.
That's just the nail cup finds positioning again. That's just a case of where the Molotov should spread even further, right? It's on a hay bale on a hot summer day, like it should be spreading the whole thing, right?
It's kind of true, actually.
Doge Ceres finds Jim. She goes down. Now Skate is down to 2. August goes down 2. So we're down to a 2 versus 2 versus 3. But Drain Gang is all 3 together, so they could be sweeping, playing together in this case in general. Oh, nice shots here from Hackatory. Hackatory's really been having a great fare so far.
Yeah, he's been doing perfectly fine here. Spots Eski looking for a way in. Can you imagine if driving into this circle, you drive by and just drop a molly on the floor and you go to the other side of circle and you wait for the fire to spread and everyone has to come to you?
Yeah.
The ultimate 400 IQ play. If only that was the thing. Drain Gang, they're doing so much good sniping today.
They have really stepped up to the case here.
Down to 2 now are Skade. Jempty, unfortunately, down. Got Pixelic and Samty left. Or Xiong.
8 kills for them too here, John.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, that's a guaranteed good point haul. But remember, they're trying to close a gap. So they want to gain 10 plus points on Entropic and 3v here. So they're in a good position, but they want to be in a great one. So they're taking this super seriously. They know exactly where everyone else is. Fortunately for them, most of the utility is gone from this game now. We saw some crazy action in the last 5 minutes, and I think most of the lethals are now gone.
Molotov's on Nail Cup. Doesn't look like he wants to get to a better spot to get it in use. Drain Gang and Skate is by far the 2 members closest to each other now. SQ is putting on pressure to the Drain Gang guys.
And here's some of that remaining utility.
Oh my god, that's a great nade.
Bounces off one team member to knock another. Not sure how they're going to feel about that. There's the follow-up, not quite connecting. Maximum Black now in the danger zone. Has Pixelic got a follow-up? He has not. Nail Cop, in fact, getting him there. That is a big, big blow.
Nail Cop putting on pressure on to Samty as well. He's going to try to heal. This could open up everything for Stardust. They're basically on the edge at the moment, Drain Gang, and Samty's going to be holding them. He spots one. Nice spray with the 4x barrel. Flashbang, okay, to delay them a little bit. Nice. That's another insane spray. Connection 1 bullet. Tries to go for it again. Not connecting anything just yet.
The control these guys have is amazing. I can't hit a barn door with a 4x on a barrel.
Insane control, mechanical skill.
That's a... I was going to say that's a different team.
Oh
Drain Gang out of nowhere. Eski holding that last nade. In fact, 2 of them, and eliminates all 3 remaining members of Drain Gang in a split second.
That's it. Nail Cup,
wow.
Stardust, extremely well played here. 12 kills for them. They took the fields extremely early on, and it actually ended up paying off for them here, John. I did not expect that.
That was really, really cool. Saving the last couple of lethals until they were absolutely certain those players were there. Absolutely beautiful. It was a 3v2v1, and it's the team with 3 that got knocked out first because of how beautifully that got placed. Stardust also in double-digit kills. We've been wondering if they were going to pop off today. They've had a little bit of an up and down time, to be honest, but that game is going to renew a bit of belief here that they'll be going into Erangel as one of the contenders.
Yeah, and in general, the circle that we had in the game throughout, really interesting one. Some early fights that didn't really make sense, and some crazy fights that we saw jumping off here. Drain Gang with an early push onto that. I'm surprised that they managed to get as much out of this game as they did, considering that the fight that they were in with the team that they were against as well. So well executed by them, but rough circle. Some of these field circles here, especially the puzzle one, is extremely hard to play.
Just getting into the fields in the first place. How many teams did we see go onto one of the hay bales and then like promptly die within 60 seconds, right? Like so many good nades here. All of these teams know exactly what you need to do to flush a team out from the hay bales. It was almost a game of who's going to take one of them last. Absolutely brutal here. We're seeing so many examples of those. And at this level of PUBG, you almost just have to expect it. Yes, you have a good position, but when it's so easy to nade like that, you have to ask yourself, how early do I want to be in here?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Like when you're playing these field endings like this, you want to be one of the first teams to get in, or the first team to get in, to get a spot where you can set up a little bit of a fortress with your cars, or you want to be the last team to make sure you have your backs free. But Stardust here in this game, what a fantastic one for them. Pixel with a good opening nade, a lot of pressure being put onto Drain Gang, and that is what ended up being a situation for them where they just couldn't cope anymore.
Really good stuff for Drain Gang. They had such a good game up to that point. Maximum Black was taking names left, right, and center. Even before he got a point on the board, I think he had something like 4 or 5 knocks. So he was really going ham with that Mini 14 this game. It's a little unfortunate they didn't get more points, but at the same time, when you have a performance like that in a game, even when it doesn't translate to like double-digit points, Martin, it's frustrating but encouraging at the same time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would love to see what they're able to squeeze out in both in the next games, but also the momentum and the morale that you're able to take from a game like this.
So that's Miramar in the history books now, ladies and gents. It's a best of 6 today. It's brutal. A bad game could absolutely spell the death of you in this competition, with the top 2 going through to the Super Week. We'll be back with game number 4 after this break. See you in a bit.
Hey gamer, up for some esports? Pick your game, climb leaderboards, and be the weekly champion. This is how it works. Use tokens to join the brawl. 1 token is equal to 1 match. Only your best matches count. G, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to the G-Loot Monthly Showdown, brought to you by Nocco, the No Carbs company. This has been a very interesting Miramar, but we're not going to get to go back now. There's no more opportunity to correct mistakes. We're halfway through tonight's games, Martin, and we've seen some expected, I suppose, teams rise to the top, but also some really pleasant, unexpected surprises.
Yeah, this last one here for Stardust to jump into things and get 12 kills and the win on a El Paso Fields ending. That was interesting, and it was super impressive to see that they're able to hold out for that long, considering they're one of the first teams to go in there.
It was, yeah, pretty much every team that went in there ended up getting destroyed somehow, usually via a barrage of grenades. So the fact that Stardust were able to survive through all of that earned them the chicken dinner, almost inheriting it from everyone else after being so aggressive with the nades themselves. Overall, this is making things look a little bit more interesting. Entropic and 3V still neck and neck, but Skade very much in the mix now.
Yeah, Skate jumping into things, 3 points after Skate Stardust in there too. And that's obviously, now we're halfway through, we're looking about it, who's going to be our top contenders. And, you know, one game can make a huge difference. If Vinny Vici has a bad game and Skate wins one with a huge amount of kills, they're going to be taking the lead easily. So it's all about those consistency points and kills there that we want to see from them.
Now, I'm going to be honest here and say Stardust has not been consistent, right? The lion's share of those points came in game number 3.
Exactly.
But they're 10 points off the lead now all of a sudden. We can't count them out anymore. They just have to make sure that the momentum they found, they're able to keep.
Yeah, they if they're able to jump in and continue that, you know, after a great game like this, they're going to be like, all right, this is fantastic. We're going to be trying to give it all. They're going to have to put at least, 8 to 10 points on their bad games, and then they need to win another game to have a chance to get into the top 2.
Now, how much of that is going to be disrupted when you get really nice momentum and then it's halfway through the day and you have a map change, right? It's not like you can go and do it again on Miramar. We're swapping all the way over to Erangel. Do you expect this to shake things up very much?
A little bit. I think the teams that have a lot of experience there is gonna show for sure. I think we're gonna see Entropic Skate do well there as well. 2 good games or 1 fantastic game and a mediocre game. Usually we see, when we're playing these 6 games, 2 of the games of the teams they have usually are either mediocre or like below decent, 4
right.
points below, and then the 2 other games are usually insane or wins with high kills. So we'll see how the teams are going to be able to do that, and how well Stardust is going to be able to transfer that momentum.
That's going to be key, right? Will Stardust be able to carry their momentum from Miramar over to Erangel? They're on a high right now. They're 4th on the leaderboard. Obviously, that's good prize money as well, but it's the top 2 that make it through to the Super Week. So let's go ahead and hop into game number 4 of tonight's games. It's almost as equal a playing path as you can get from an 11 to 5 o'clock position. A lot of circles are possible here. A lot of loot spots should be nice and open for teams to explore. Let's find out how we're playing this differently.
And I love how this is a fantastic, even, easy playing path. But I'm a little bit worried that we're going to see a military game here in the first one, considering a lot of these playing paths that end over the military island also has a little bit of a circle of down towards that area. We'll see, though. Divan going to be able to take Servian all, basically, of the north to themselves here. John and Hal going over towards Jasnaya. Stardust going over towards the shelter prison area. And overall, a really good circle or playing path for this first one here. Let's see where the circle goes, though, once we get into it.
We've got Entropic dropping military base, which is not something you'd say every day, I suppose. 2 teams potentially in towards Milton. We've got Smiley Face sort of taking Snake and Sharkfin by the looks of things, but Karagumruk are nearby as well. So that could end up being a little bit spicy. We'll have to wait and see. Pretty much everyone else is well behaved. 1 member of Grindmore is South George, while the other 3 are North. Oh my God. And the circle is centering on Georgia Pole Crate. So all sorts of interesting, like in terms of rotations, this is relatively interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for these teams here. Hagatory, though, finds a little bit of bullets towards Smiley Face, does not connect onto Robin the Hood. Well, Robin from the Hood, I should say.
through the hood, from the hood, in the hood. Just robbing. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's just jumping in and out.
Right. Manages to get across the bridge there. Now, reasonably far north. I guess one mitigating circumstance of this circle that will probably have the teams a little bit more at ease is the fact that the way you get into the circle, it's all through land, right? It's not like it's not like the Yasnaya Lake is separating anything, or there's loads and loads of different choke points. It's relatively open, which means it's not just one or two paths into circle. The teams can be a little bit more creative, can take a bit more space, drive through the fields, go over the hills and stuff like that. So we're probably not going to see teams run into each other in phase one. But then we're going to start asking ourselves questions later on, like, is it going north of the river in George or south of the river in George? And do you want to be taking Everest early, or do you get third partied? How soon do you want to think about taking a position on the other side of a field? All sorts of questions to be answered here.
Smiley face taking farm. They're going to be losing that. Robin from the hood is gone.
Oh, no,
down
he got away.
Ivers. Yeah, he got away across the bridge, but Ivers was like, welcome to my hood. And it was an easy kill for Ivers.
Regulation kill there. Smiley face down to 3 very early on. Note that went across the bridge down to Millie Island, perhaps thinking, okay, we can rotate the long way across the 2 bridges, but perhaps didn't take into account that someone could have dropped there. Otherwise, it would have been a really cool move, right? But sadly, that's not going to pay off. And now there's a chance Kara Gumruk might be thinking of something similar. I don't think they were close enough to know about those shots that were going on, but I think they're going to go straight in rather than via Millie.
Yeah, I would assume so too. Jason's coming in already. Vanehax is actually up there from Blackstar in the high ground compound, but I think they're going to be leaving that. Vanehax spots them. Oh, the back seat of the buggy, never fun. Needs to be back on that one. Vanehax does not connect any of them though. And Katagum Road, they're going to be fine on their rotation.
And the first team's already making their way in. Still that really weird Grindmore split where I feel like Trimble and Co are hunting that last member of Grindmore. They moved all the way to the west side of South George now, looking for him. They haven't got him just yet, but Grindmore are going to be increasingly squeezed. That's a drive-by, and it looks like it's going to be Asphalt taking out a member of Skade early on. That is not good news for them. They're busy chasing the top 2, and they've managed to get within, 8 points of the lead right now? This is not what they needed.
Oh, Smiley Face also gone down to Eski. That's so unfortunate. Stardust with a good start to the game. And now Smiley Face is down to just 1 member.
What is happening to Smiley Face at the moment? That is rough.
It's turning into an ironical Smiley Face.
Yeah, it's the upside down Smiley. Oh, that is unfortunate. 1 more member left. Now, hang on a second. We've got a need here going up against Nail Cop. Very experienced player here for Kara Gumruk. No strangers to competition themselves. Managed to get 1 more hit. If he walked into the molly, he'd be knocked as well. It is a mutual knock. And Nail Cop goes down, unfortunately, as Defi is still within shooting distance.
Noik finds Hunter as well from Wobbers. Gosh, I want a burger now.
Definitely going to be murdering a burger at some point later this evening, I think. Destroying my diet. Gonna have to go back to the gym tomorrow. I do want a burger now, no joke.
Yeah,
oh, man.
Same. I have no good available burgers at this time of day. I would have to drive for it. No delivery out here.
I feel like we have to start looking up good burger places for when we're at a LAN event, just to make sure that the options are on the table, you know?
True.
Gotta do your research.
From Stardust. Oh, he finds Fancy. He fancies some shots on him as well. Try to back it up. Blast finds Neath. That's so unfortunate here, John. Fancy. Gone down to Medibay. Another drive-by. Oh, need to connecting a little bit. Is Kitty there?
This is rough indeed. What's happening here? This is game number 4, not 6. Great shots onto Eski. Absolutely beautiful. And the frag grenade does the rest. Here comes the rest of Stardust, though. Not content with allowing them to get away. They want to make sure they can finish it. What a headshot through the window. And Metabay absolutely ends that engagement.
6 kills from there. We were talking about the momentum build from the other map.
What?
This is insane. They're able to jump straight into this and get 6 kills, and only losing 1 player doing so. If I could lose 1 player per 6 kills, I would do that every time.
It's the same. I don't understand. It's the 7-minute mark of this game. They're averaging almost a kill a minute at the moment, and this is supposed to be the quiet bit of the game on the map that everyone's familiar with. Everyone's happy to chill out. It's not exactly an extreme circle as well, and yet Stardust are mopping up off the back of their win. This is very impressive.
Super well executed by them, honestly. I'm impressed. And it's not even inside the circle, John.
They've got time, though, at least, and plenty of angles to move into circle from. But as you can see, Everest and the surrounding compounds north of Gatka Fields already very, very populated. If the circle goes south, there's room to move. If the circle goes north, you're not running through the field. So it's a nice little halfway house. Almost nobody playing Edge at the moment, and in phase 1, you don't need to. So I think, knock on wood, I think things are going to calm down from here, but I feel like I've cast or cursed a couple of things today so far, so maybe we'll end up adding this one to the list.
I think you're right here, especially in the next 2 minutes, until we see the circle pop. Tropic, they're just gathering information at this point. Oculus there, Messinic. 1 player close. Not sure if he's looting or if he's holding this compound here, like... Feels like a weird compound to hold. Unless they get like a super southwest shift.
I'm wondering if Lucarux is looking in here because he heard shots or saw Messinic, like a flash of him earlier, and he's more keeping tabs on Messinic rather than trying to take that compound. I'm not sure.
They're trying to get as much information as possible at this point here for sure.
Yeah.
But also open, like it's not like he's trying to hide, holding in and out, but he has this house here that he can hide behind. Looting still, 3 backpack there, easy peasy. Does already has one. He's seen the Dasha here, so they definitely have the information. Not before, then now when he starts driving. Good shots, trying to get in onto this one. Now Lucarux hit the deck. Didn't want to take anything away from this one. 20 seconds until circle pop. It's going to be an important one. Could go north. Could mean that we're forcing all the teams in a big rotation there, John. But that's that's up to the teams to decide. Obviously, Tropic have been sneaking up on the west coast here, trying to get deeper and as much control they can be in. Circle pop in 5 seconds. Naleb takes this one. Now Stardust moving outside the zone. Let's see the circle pop. All right. Gone south. Really good. Actually, really viable circle here.
Scoom's going to be very happy wandering in the south of Gatka Fields right now.
He's sending it straight to the center.
We'll see if he ends up going that much closer. I get the feeling that a couple of these squads might think about going to the other side of fields, but what this means is we're going to end up having almost an accelerated phase 2 because every team is like north of Gatka Fields. It's a very compressed sort of area with so many of these compounds already taken that we've had a couple of minutes where things are quite quiet. This is going to be a tinderbox where in a few minutes time, you're going to see a lot of people dying at once, I think.
Asphalt high ground. That's the only team currently. Ivan taking a little bit of fire here. DNKK. Question is, where are Divan going to be sending it to? Good shots. They're connecting a little bit. Okay, they're going to be chilling a little bit above there. Now the question is, are they going to be contesting? Oh, they are. Blackstar is actually leaving. Greek semi-pro takes down North Skiff. Flushes as well, tries to at least. Oh, he straight up the... That was
if he
really
hadn't gone
aggressive.
for the flush, he would have had enough bullets for that.
Yep, exactly.
Rest of Blackstar managed to get away, though. It's only Vane Hacks and Acalyptos left. Really unfortunate for that. They had the right idea, right? Get out of the compound. Someone's coming, but
I don't think it's viable splitting those 2 compounds, though. Like, to be honest, those 2 compounds are not like they're not the 2 compounds you want to split. because they're so close to each other. So like,
Sure.
you're not getting any benefit from a circle further away. You're not able to crossfire each other. It's just a greedy split that didn't pay off at this point. Grindmall with some pressure on to the boys here from late to party. Eakers is going to find one. That's squeaky. Taxi goes down. Taxi finds one. That's one T-Gun down.
And they're essentially gatekeeping these guys out of South George at the moment. Bear in mind that technically late to party, true to their name, are not in circle, but Grindmore can be. That said, it's also phase 2. There's plenty of time to tank. You can do some sort of long rotate and make it away, provided you still have vehicles left. There are still options here. And I get the feeling that a vehicular one will be the right one. Although if Blazes keeps hitting shots like that, they're going to struggle to get away even on the beach. That's late to party out of this fight.
Good disengage. I like that. They're realizing that they're getting gate kept hard. So they're going to try to get into the circle from somewhere else. Super well executed there by late to party. They do need to step up their game if they want to get into the top 10 at this point here for the prize money. And it doesn't seem like they have a chance to get into the top 2 currently with the amount of points that they have gotten so far.
Trying to think of any team that are in the bottom half at the moment who might just grab 2 chicken dinners out of nowhere. Like if I had to pick a team that has the potential to do that, maybe the one we were watching just now, maybe Hal can do it.
Yeah.
But as much as I'd like to see something like that happen, we're seriously running out of time now.
And Entropic taking the double yellows in the center compound right now. That with 4 guys alive, that is going to be securing themselves a top 2 point placement for this one for sure. Stardust Southeast, not as aggressive. Skate inside Godka. They are getting crashed by the look of things here by Drain Gang. And there are only 3 guys alive.
They hear the vehicles. They hear they're stopped. Now Pixelit's going, guys, hang on a second. Let's see what we can do here. Now, the good news is the guys doing the crashing don't know who's in which house. So Pixelic at the moment staying nice and quiet, choosing not to make a single step, just getting audio information, waiting to see who's going to come in where. What he doesn't want is someone to open the door behind him. That's a clean line of sight to him. But pretty much everything else, he's got the drop. He's got the surprise. And that's what he needs to use to his advantage there. Can Drain Gang push through, or is Pixelic going to be able to get the first knock?
It's a very passive breach. Like that house that Pixel is holding is literally usually the one that you breach onto and take control of. They're staying in the backside of this house here that Pixel is inside. The question is,
do they think it's empty?
I don't know. Playing it very passive. They don't want to take that at the moment. They want to just maintain control. Maybe see if they can get an opening. Pixel is definitely going to get one here. Grindmore gone down though, 15th place. A 6-6 on the bold action. And Skate needs to play it safe here. So it's a 2-2 breach. Maximum Black is over here. And Hagatory and Verbium is on the other side. So much important, crucial information. So they already have one house. And they're playing on the backside of the other one.
It's very slow as well. After breaching, they weren't looking to expand their territory. It's almost like, look,
they're chilling.
It's almost them asking, can we agree to split Gatka? You watch south, we watch north, and we chill out for a bit. It's almost, that's what they're asking Skate here, really.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if the next circle pops in on them, they wanna just split it. So they just want to try to get as many placement points as they can from it, and then fight them whenever one of the teams has to leave it. I like the patience though. All right, next circle popped. Oh my god, it went super far northwest.
Wow. Okay, I was waiting for it to go south. We've seen so many like this. This is interesting for sure. I mean, there's a little bit of swamp in, and I guess you have that sort of the 2 double houses, but that's on the very south side of the circle. That's not going to provide you cover for long. Who's going into the field and when? Divan must be pretty happy with themselves right now.
How trying to get in. I would assume that they're trying to get into the little ridge in between the fields and the tower. But let's see how deep they go. Yeah, we have these ridges here. Those are kind of viable. Yeah, this is where they're stopping. Star, Dust, Blast is blasting through the fields right now. Eski's been found by Cube. Ruin stole the kill from Howl, securing them 1 point. They're setting up in multiple spots here now. This is exactly what Pixel waiting for so long. He's getting immediately traded though, or at least tried to, by Drain Gang. Utility coming off. That is Pixel going down. That is Skate down to 2 members for sure.
Great Molotov to follow it up from
extremely well executed. Stolen kill there. Acalyptus taking down Maximum Black.
Good peeking there from Noik, managing to get a little bit of damage off without taking anything himself. Pulls back the Molotov as soon as he sees that Sancho is actually moving further into the house rather than peeking back. Very smart, saving the utility for later. And this is a big fight as well. We've got Asphalt coming up against Team LOL. Is that a player from Whoppers in the car underneath?
Yeah,
who could third party this as well?
He's hoping that they're just going to take the car and drive with them. Ante?
Oh, dude.
Please take the US. Yeah, the US is a better car. Take the US. This is lovely.
This is amazing.
This is the stuff that you love to see. Please take the US and drive.
Someone take the US, please.
Oh, Trimble turned on Lennox. Extremely well played.
You have those moments sometimes where you know that the casters, you know that everyone in the audience is willing for the exact same thing to happen. This is one of those times. An Asphalt there taking Team LOL down to 1. Can they finish everything off? And is anyone going to get in the bloody US? Unfortunately, Whopper's still waiting for them. I think he's given up now.
Oh, some good spray. Not connecting fully, though. No, Asphalt puts pressure onto Lul. Wobber. Oh, nice
what a
shot. Sega Beast finds the last member of Lul. Lul out in 13th place. Hakatori gone down. Sancho gone down here to nail it. Tropic ganking everything here on that south side. They want to make sure they can sweep up some points.
And the teams that were fighting for Gatka are now struggling to leave Gatka themselves, unfortunately. Being gate kept here by Entropic. Not sure Drain Gang have much more of a future, at least not in this sector of the circle. They have to find some way to get out ASAP. And Entropic, on the other hand, even though it's, quite open, this run into the circle, they've cleared everyone from the east and the south. They don't actually have to worry that much.
Yeah, they want to try to get a control now. I'm not sure if Lukarux wants to go this deep already, but he does. And let's see if it pays off for him later. Rest of Entropic, they try to make sure that no more members of Drain Gang is going to be able to get out of Gatka here in this situation. Now they have the info of one of the Howl members. Cube finds Sancho. That's one of the Gatka guys.
I'm waiting for someone to send it Radio Hill.
One more.
No one's there. Lukaruk's probably the closest player to Radio Hill. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the rest of Entropic move to Radio Hill,
Let's see how much control they're able to get first. Then they could go deep, but yeah. Cynic heard Scoo. Question is he going to go straight into that shotgun that he has sitting there waiting? That's a fantastic shot right there to the face. He gets found though by Orc. Let's CCI next. Extremely well shot and well played by him. Late to the party, 3 members on the western side. A lot of control for them here.
That's completely fair enough. Shot to the face from Scoom. Instantly, the favor is returned. And now Howl getting set upon by Entropic. We were talking about how earlier on they might be a team to surprise us who haven't had the best start to today's game so far, but Entropic keeping them in check. They're up to 6 kills without losing one. And it's been a little bit of a pattern, I have to say, across Miramar. The teams that are winning, the teams that are getting these beautiful bumper crop points, they don't get 6 or 7 kills and have 4 alive and then suddenly disappear into the ether. They're the teams that can keep building that momentum. So Entropic, once again, looking very strong.
Yeah, this is scary Entropic. A lot of control on the southeast. And one member with info towards the center. Lukarook's playing with that. And then the rest of the guys just trying to get as many points out of the game as possible. Maintaining. And this is a good circle for them too. They can now maintain control of the southeast, gatekeep potentially Howl, and make sure that nobody comes in from the west as well.
Asphalt, I think they have a Shack, I Am Problem, and Danica, the last 2 members there. I have a feeling Late to Party might be eyeing that up at some point. Triple V also still in the game. They've got the north side of the circle, but they have a much busier job than Entropic. Entropic have a lot of space and no team at the moment really contesting where they are, where I feel like Veni Vidi Vici need to almost carve aside a path into circle with a lot of teams that can see their position. So definitely an interesting north-south divide on this one.
Well, I see Divan making a play for that top side of the radio hill. Let's see if they're going to be able to.
Very slow at the moment while they wait to go in. Blast not really actively trying to dissuade them from coming in at the moment. I don't think they've got the numbers on their side. And poor August in a similar position with Masinik. And that's the zone taking him down, sadly. I think Naylor probably realizes that's more than likely the player he was just shooting at. There's Blast now. We were waiting when this action was going to happen. The problem is the rest of Divan descend on him like a pack of wolves. And that is Stardust eliminated in the first of the placement points.
Oh, an MK in play. Divan loses 1. Minivici, 4 guys alive. That's a good shot there. And now Divan is down to just 1. Oh, that's a good nade. 22 HP himself. Veronica in the distance there. Late to the party.
Being late to the party might not be a bad idea in a circle as busy as this one. Triple V continuing to barricade up themselves. Remember, they know that no one is behind them. So they're able to play a little bit more freely, just looking out front. And the chances of a third party here are relatively low. Although that said, they don't need a third party if Lucarux can stare you straight in the face and hit you between the eyes. And Eco, who has got the Mark 14, currently knocked.
Saha is going to get this race off. Actually gave him the race off, even with the nade there from China Wins. A lot of Molotov cocktails being used. The question is, did this third one connect? Nope, it didn't. Oh, he walked into it. China Wins walked into it. No.
No.
Mean knock. Segabis finds Cyrix, though. Yeah, that is a knock. Saha finds one with that utility.
Must have been within the smoke.
Yeah, it was.
Unfortunate there, although they will be able to get that knock again. We'll see if Sahar buys everyone another round of cocktails. Looks like Veni Vidi Vici will be able to continue for now. Illidan having another look.
Quality.
No helmet, no vest. That was always going to be problematic there. And now 3V can push in.
Ivers finds Lazar. This is a huge opportunity for a fight between our top 2 teams currently. In the very end, Ivers putting a lot of pressure onto Howl and everyone in the north. A lot of control here for Entropic. They have a lot of teams on the west side that they need to clear out too, John. We have Late to the Party and Asphalt out there.
Yep. They've got Radio Tower now, though, so a little bit of high ground. They've got a little bit of cover to hide behind too, which is excellent for them.
I was put straight to the smacker. I love that.
They have the vehicles, they have to get back to them first. There's Late to Party, you've got Divan, and soon you'll have Entropic firing on this position. Suddenly, Triple V, they they don't just have to get into zone, they have to get into zone while being watched by all of these teams. And that's where the high ground is such a huge advantage. Lukaruk's getting an excellent shot onto quality. They know that if they can put 3v down here, they can start pulling ahead in these standings and really try and put the first nail in the coffin of this tournament. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Hal being eliminated will be music to the ears of Entropic. But again, they've got the most cover. They've got the hills. And they have plenty of opportunity to res themselves if they get knocked, and they've got the highest ground. This is fantastic for them.
Nice shots again from Lukaruk. Connecting onto China wins. That's another member down from Vini, one of their direct competitors. They know that there's one more member of Divan out there somewhere. Now Asphalt here, I was problem 4 kills. Good game for him so far. Utilities being deployed.
I think we need to see multiple teams to knock Entropic off this hill.
Yeah, they need to get third party from Divan maybe, or Orgles.
Yeah.
And then one of the other teams going to be able to push there. But Naleb is already out there clearing, sweeping the edge, making sure that there's no more rats out here. But Saha is in a good spot with a little bit of dip. Good circle though for them. Question is, are they going to be able to close out this game, or are they going to get ratted on, third-partied? Good shots! Oh my God! CCI next with a double headshot.
Hello.
Knocked from that one. Fantastically played. That's a good nade too. Lukaruk nearly getting away with it.
What a spray.
Well,
can't quite make it 3, but my God, what a beautiful spray transfer. That was clean.
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh,
3v1v1v1.
Nilebs actually saw Saha from Divan when he did a jump peek, but he was probably looking somewhere else. 11 kills though, and a top 4 guaranteed. Basically top 2, I would say, with them being 3 guys alive. Unless they get ratted, they should be winning this.
Be surprised if Saha has any more mollies. He threw about 17.
Yeah. The question is Native going to be able to step up and sweep that side, or are they going to do it together?
It's a free choice for them at this point. Although I guess they don't know it's 14.
That's an easy sweep. Disengage. Wait for the other guys to make a play. 12 kills for them. This is putting a lot of nail-ups in the coffins for the other guys here.
I like it. Best joke tonight, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'll take these.
Accurate as well. 4 kills to himself so far. Could add to that tally. They know that 2 players are left in this game. And I guess what they're trying to work out is, are they a team?
Yeah. I think they are 100% aware of the remaining teams, to be honest. They are very, very particular about their kill feed counting. So I'm pretty sure that they're aware. The other remaining players and even the teams probably.
Well, if it was a duo they'd be facing, I guess, rather than look for rats, you'd have expected to see someone peeking by now. Everyone's being super quiet. Some bait shots there to see if we can tempt someone out. There's the smoke. Got him. Headshot with the AUG. 3v1.
Disgusting.
I was problem has got a lot of problems right now, not gonna lie. Their names are Lukaruk, Nailup, and Evas. Here comes the sweep. Looking around the rock where he was.
That's one.
Gets a good knock to begin with. Can we get the trade?
Molotov. Not. Oh, there they go. That's fantastic. 14 kills from Tropic here, John, in a win. That's 24 points for them already on their 38 points. Quite impressive game here for Entropic.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from them in a game where they knew they were streaking ahead of their nearest competition as well. So it's tight at the top. It still is tight at the top. I mean, everyone else got points as well, right? But when it was a 1-point advantage and you know you're about to streak ahead, that's going to give them a little bit of a reassuring buffer going into games 5 and 6.
Yeah, I love this. Obviously, we've played only 4, but the dominance that we've seen from them already, we were talking about it. Once we're halfway, we're expecting this, 30, 40 points here, maybe even after 4 games. If you have 2 games to go and you have this amount of points on them already, I think they're going to be in the 60s. That's crazy. Unfortunate game for Smiley Face in this one. Start us with a great start, but unfortunately not able to capitalize all the way through the end.
A couple of interesting kills there to start us off. That spray from Metabay, absolutely beautiful. And then, well, Blackstar not able to get out of that compound. Pixelic waiting in this building for his chance. It did come in the end. And then, oh, how badly did we want to see someone get into that UAS? Maybe next time, Martin.
Yeah, some of these funny plays where players are trying to like outthink or just outplay some of these guys, or just like catch a ride from someone. That's something that you love to see. It's always funny.
I did wish that happened. Hal being eliminated in 7th place. Obviously, we wanted to see them have a little bit of a comeback here. And then that transfer.
That was crazy. Double headshot knock there for them. I was been able to find it though. And Entropic with a 14 Smackaroony.
And they're just absolute killing machines here. A 14 kill chicken dinner for Entropic. They were top of the table already by a point. They're going to be top of the table by a lot more than that now, that's for sure. So our first game on Erangel is now done. We've got 2 more games before we work out who gets given what prize money, and rather importantly, which 2 teams get invited directly to the G-Loot Season 6 Super Week. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. It's nearly over. We'll find out who goes through when the dust settles. We'll be back after this break.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to the G-Loot Monthly Showdown by Noko. I'm Jorisar. With me is Avenger, and we have only 2 games left before deciding who's going to be going straight through to the Super Week and winning the lion's share of the prize money. No word of a lie, Entropic are top of the favorites list after that game, but they are not mathematically clear yet. They're not even not mathematically clear yet. The problem is they have such good momentum behind them, and they've been so consistent, Martin, that I can't see them letting go of this.
No, it's going to be really hard for anyone else to throw a leash on them and keep them while they're running away with things, right? So 24 points, Asphalt, late to part Divan. These are some of the teams who are not in the contest already. So that's a huge impact to the total leaderboard. Vinovici and Stardust were the closest contenders in the top 4 before that.
Yeah.
Still holding on to things, but still 24 points is a huge chunk of change.
Right, 24 versus 7, Entropic versus 3v from that game number 4. That is absolutely massive. So this is from that game specifically, as opposed to the overall leaderboard. But we'll get to see now exactly how far ahead Entropic are. And there you go. The difference was 1 point before. Look at that, almost 20 points now, the difference between them and the closest competition. That is staggering.
And also Stardust taking over Skate. Now Skate, Vinovici, and these teams are close. One good game, one bad game for Vinovici, and one good game for the other guys. They could jump into the second place, but it's looking very likely that Entropic are going to be able to hold on to a second place unless they have 2 absolutely horrendous games.
And I think even if they have 2 absolutely horrendous games, let's be honest, there's still a pretty good chance they finish second.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They've done such a good job, and they're not going to sit back and get no points, right, from the last 2 games on Erangel. My question now is, can Skade rise up and take second place? That's got to be the question on everyone's lips who have been following the PUBG scene for the last couple of months. There are expectations on a team like Skade.
Yeah, for sure. Even with the roster change, they're expected to do extremely well. Definitely expected to finish in the top 3 here. Question is, are they going to be able to take the second place? Stardust had a fantastic game here. Vinovici had some good games with the momentum they've been able to build. They could be hard to stop too.
So all sorts of questions to answer. Are we also finally going to get our Millie Circle? We'll have to wait and see. But some very interesting, varied games so far. We started off with 2 similar circles on Miramar, and then the game started chucking a little bit of spice in the mix. We're hoping for our penultimate game, there's just that teensy little bit more. Are Entropic going to continue to run away with it, or will another team challenge them to go into the final game? It's going to be an 11 to 4 o'clock playing path this time around. Let's see what our teams have in store.
Yeah, really interesting one for the plane path again. Similar, also starting the same side of the circle, or the map, I should say. So the question is, are the teams changing up a little bit? Are we going to see different drops? And also where we're going to be ending up? I would like to see, something east. That would be crazy to see. Good change up is also kind of important for a best of 6 like this. If we keep seeing the same Western ones, then the teams are going to have a different hard time if you're a East Luton team. Tropic are going to be taking their Milta Power area. So they're going to be having a good time with that. Now Vinovici on the military island now. And Drain Gang are going to having Milta farm split to themselves. Stardust with a farm/shelter split. And a little bit of a contest there on the southwest side of Pochinki, yeah.
Towards the 12 yellows as well. We've got Orglis and we've got Lull. I think Dosaras just wants to grab the vehicle and go, but still always a little bit of a tricky situation because the rest of the squad are sort of nearby as well. I think he'll be able to get out before Lull get any meaningful shots off on him, but we'll wait and see. Remember, there are no helmets at this point of the game, so a headshot is brutal. Unfortunately, with 5 bullets left in that arm, this is going to have to be pretty magical. Not quite.
All right, Lull team. So far in the decent place inside the prize money. 9th place, but they definitely want to have a good one to hang on to that.
Means there's a lot for these teams to play for, even if they're outside the top 10, which we love to see about this tournament. It also means you've got something to play for. If you're not in a position to gun for the top 2, that's fine. Every position you gain at the moment is literally more money for yourself and your team. So plenty to keep going at all the way to the very end of game number 6. Smiley face. Now, I know that they're going to take a little bit of time to get the synergy, like, to exactly the point they want to be. But honestly, last game, bit unlucky for the boys.
Yeah, unfortunate start for them. I've checked it, though. They are registered to play with the same team once we get into the qualifiers come tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So excited to follow these boys, see how far they can take it. But definitely some synergy to work on. See how they're going to be able to conquer once we get into the qualifiers. Like, looking very hard to get into the top 2 at this point for them.
I think so. It's they're going to be playing to get the good competitive practice in, but also to jump up the board in terms of prize money. And we have got a little bit of a mix-up as far as Circle is concerned. We're barely touching the plane path there. We are going up to Stalba. I like this one. Yeah,
the fantastic, in general, fantastic endings. I really hope that it's going to be the Stalba-esque ending, or even towards the Kameshki side. That'll be crazy. And this is the time for Smiley Face to step up and show what they're made of with some sort of a home turf circle. We can start potentially with mechanical talent, because it looks like we've got 2 members of HAL moving very, very close by indeed. They could be looking to grab this compound. Vehicle coming in. Staying quiet. Ooh. Face checking it. Did they see a car there? Oh, what's up? They just stopped. Okay. Crazy.
Now, if he had a car now, I feel like if he was going to leave, he would have left 10 seconds ago. He wants to hold this now.
He wants to see if he can get some points out of it. But they want to play around. They just want to play on the edges, I think.
Where's the rest of Smiley Face? Is no one else going to be joining him here? That's the question. If you've heard the car, you know there are multiple people here. You're going to have to start thinking about what the plan is for the rest of the team.
They're like south of Stalba Kameshki, it looked like before.
Yeah. Is anyone coming? This is like a super sensible way for them to play it. If they anticipate that someone's here. Oh, no. They weren't sure, but they wanted to double check. They completely encircled the compound. They went along the cliffs to say, wherever you're hiding, we've got a 360-degree view of where you are. They started closing the net so slowly, so methodically. There's no mistake. Absolutely no mistake for Shift to capitalize on. That was really well executed by HAL.
Yep. I love how they're able to wrap that around and execute on like that. That was great. Caragum Rook here. I have an idea that there's some Entropic members, but the question is, does Entropic know? Nope, they had no idea. Now shots are coming in. Nail have gone down. Lukarooks also low himself. 1 HP Lukarooks. Fancy trying to get in near QB with a drive-by. Gets him down. Fantastically well played. QB's been found by Scoom though. Unfortunate situation for Entropic, but this is what everyone else needed, John.
It certainly is. The chaos is starting here in game number 5. Neath looking for heads with the bolt action. Unfortunately, the problems lie significantly closer to home as Stardust have decided, you know what, we don't mind taking a page out of this book as well. This is still phase 1. This is insane.
It's exactly what the teams need. They need to have insane games to start things off with, build momentum into the last game, and get as many points as they can.
Blast. Shooting a couple of return bullets, but nothing connecting at the moment. Stardust have lost S-Key. 2 kills on the board, and Entropic managed to stay up as a 4-man. This is, again, this is a situation where with the bullets from Entropic, they're slowly pushing everyone else further north and into each other while they're buying themselves more space. I don't know how they're doing this, but each time they get into engagement, they seem to be able to make life more difficult for everyone except themselves.
Yeah. All right, Mallman. Shooting into the compound. Data's clearing. Still phase 1 not closed here. This could be an interesting circle and an ending in general that's going to be wild.
Haven't seen Kameshki or close to Kameshki finish in genuinely hundreds of games. Wouldn't mind seeing one today. Wishful thinking there.
Yeah, I love those. Those are great.
Also one of those ones that where you can legitimately argue that even some of, you know, like the top teams, not exactly the kind of circle you prep for because it happens so seldom. You spend your practice and you spend your hours looking into other stuff. So could throw a couple of teams off, but we'll have to wait and see. The rest of Smiley Face have managed to escape. It looks like they're on top of Stalber at the moment and slightly east of it. So the disengage there happened after losing their first member, which is fine. Karagumruk will be licking their wounds, and off to the southeast of where that fight happened, and Tropic have cemented their position. But look at how much space Howl have after waltzing into that warehouse compound. Nobody else has wanted to go even close to them.
Yeah, I like that. I like that they're able to hold this down, and that just talks to how the circle is, right? And until we see something that is going to be guaranteed around that area, then the teams are not going to be changing anything up. Slow rotation in here and really slow approach of Vinovidovici. They are aware of their current position on the leaderboard, but Drain Gang are setting up a rough gatekeep for them. Oh my God, Vinovidovici. They are losing at least one player in this situation, and it is Drain Gang to destroy the hopes and dreams of them.
Drain Gang have one player DC'd. Maximum Black, hopefully he gets into the game again soon. He's been such a pivotal player for them this time.
Yeah, that's probably what they've been waiting for, right? They were like, oh shit, we need to wait for him. So they were staying here to get our guy with us.
Yeah, I think that was exactly. I think that was just waiting for their player to come back as opposed to some sort of purposeful camping. So fair enough. And they managed to get a kill out of it as well. They'll take that for sure.
100%.
Maybe they can push him into the back of a vehicle and start driving because they've got a long way to go. And, well, would you look at that? So much for Stalber Kameshki. We're more Severny. So suddenly it's late to party being first to warehouse. And I think they're going to be pretty pleased with that.
This area in general is so rough to play as well. Like, there is only a few compounds that is being able to be played. The rest is open areas, dips, and shacks that you have to play. So let's see where the teams divide to go to.
Trying to work out now. Once these central prio compounds are taken, it's one of those situations where you can be in a good position, but yeah, that's right, Masinik. Don't forget using your handbrake, mate. There we go. Run straight back to the US. It's one of those positions where you have good positions, but all of the open space between those good positions are so dangerous to be in. So if you haven't got one of those places early on, you're going to really struggle being late into the circle.
Exactly. Wobba here.
I think even the observers want a burger now.
Yeah. Now they're going to be 4 guys in the jungle compound. Keep on going towards the forest area. Now shots coming in from Trimble. We've been seeing some nice stuff from him so far. BST, Black Star. Ooh, nice shots there. Getting one more down. A lot of gatekeeping on the edges here. A little bit expected, considering we only got this game and one more to go.
Yep. And also when you're in a situation, oh wow, just at the very end. It's because they ran into 3v as well.
Yeah.
That's Greek semi-pro down. But
oh,
nice return shot onto Trimble, and that's actually Entropic having a look-see into it. They're properly pushing into this as well. They're not waiting. That wasn't a single instance of a drive-by. Marcos is going to think about going for the return. He has to now. Oh dear.
Oh, Marcus, you are in deep trouble now.
There was some level of regret there, unfortunately, and that's Marcos down. He did manage to get QB, but relatively regulation trade there for Entropic as they push in. And I think in these sort of circles where you either get a priority compound early on or you accept that you're going to be super late, more teams are going to stay edge. More teams are going to be happy to gatekeep because their alternative is to rush into an area where they think all of the good compounds are already taken. It just kind of makes sense.
Exactly. All right, all the good compounds taken here. The no lean compound north of the little lake area is open still, but a circle has to go there for it to be viable, considering that's going to move away from water in phase 4. Drain gang moving through Rorschach across the bridge, trying to get in. The question is then, where are we going to be going with this circle here, John? That is the big one. Who's going to get the benefits and who's going to get the doubts?
I reckon Warehouse is going to be very happy for one more circle, is my prediction here.
Oh, does it go southeast? Ooh.
No way.
Oh,
yeah, there we go.
Okay.
They're very happy.
They are. This is a very predictable circle as well. You don't have to cross any late game. You won't have to cross any of the small roads or any of the bigger roads, so that's fine. So the players can play around that. The question is, where are we going to be seeing teams going? Somewhat decent amount of space on the north side, east side. Let's
There's
see.
a big, gentle sloping field, sort of from Warehouse up to the gas station on the north side of Severny, where it's really tricky to play in that kind of place. Oh, holding that thought at the moment because it looks like Asphalt are being crashed by Orglis. And what I find confusing here, no one was sprayed or knocked on the approach.
Oh, Iva's problem was waiting just for this. Dog, Ceres is going to be going down.
Wow. Wasn't expecting that. I thought they might have tried to get someone out of the car seat at the beginning or something similar. I was problem, though, to be fair, doing a great job.
Oh, no.
Problem is, he's on his own over here at the moment. Nice nade there from Messinic. Will knock him, and the rest of the team's already gone.
Okay. This is going to be an interesting one.
I think that was miscommunication, you know, Martin.
Oh, yeah.
Because if everyone else was leaving and I was sort of on the roof waiting to shoot, I'm guessing their comms were something like, we need to go, no, we need to stay, or I can't go.
I think he realized that it was a lost cause at this point here. August, some shots towards Black Star. Tire pop, he's going to turn around. It could be a kill for that one, yeah.
Ouch.
Stolen, though, from August here, or somewhat stolen. Vinivici managed to get both the knock and the flush, securing a point for them.
When the tire pops and you're spinning, and in that moment, you know,
you're done for.
It's a very sad, over, helpless moment. Oh, man. Buggies have been almost unfairly targeted this game so far, now that 100%. I think about it. Well, how many have we been shot at or blown up? Must be something like 5 or 6 so far, and they're just the ones we've seen.
I do not particularly like the buggies myself. They are rough. Now in Tropic, 3 vehicles here. They're going to be driving with the circle. They're going to try to go into or swing around Cervini, and I don't think they're going to have a fun time doing so, considering there's 4 members of Drain Gang welcoming them very soon.
Well, they're crashing in. They're going ham here, and Maximum Black was out in the open, needed multiple members of Entropic to try and come in against him. He does get knocked, but the rest of the team, they do a great job. And Entropic, well, if anyone to catch them, they needed 2 horrendous games from a points point of view. This is one.
Yep. There are a few teams currently on the leaderboard laughing and hoping for themselves to have a good game. Howl's reaching on to Stardust, though. Ruin's going to be taken down. Schofield's going to be taken down. Now it's only Lazar and Ruin to make something happen here. Potentially good nade. Swung in. Lazar finds Blast. Medibay, last member, finds Lazar. And now he has to play around that. He knows that he's on the back end of things.
That Lazar nade was so good. I know he's knocked, but that hit.
That's a good nade. 40 damage onto Metabait. Flush is coming off. Oh my god, what a fantastic headshot from Ruin. All 4 kills, but lost 3 members.
In the middle of unpeaking as well when he got that final headshot, but hey, it gets the job done.
That's crazy. Extreme well executed by them.
So now it's a case of can they survive until the placement points from here? This is a desirable position in this next circle, and having to defend this compound as a solo player is going to be rough, to say the least. 1.5 minutes left before phase 4 envelops these teams. And almost instantly, there you go, Ruin already down. Scoom with the Mark 14 this game. So Smiley Face looking to put a little bit of a stamp on things.
Yeah, this is the game for them to step up and have a huge one.
With Entropic out, we're looking to Stardust to step. We're looking to Howl to step up. Howl out now as well. Stardust, though, and 3V still have possibilities in this game. Can they make the most of their competitors' stumble?
It's looking very likely that is going to be a good winning in the game. Scoom getting taken down by Hackatory. Rest of Smiley, they have to try to save him, but that's not happening. So now they just have to try to gatekeep and get as many points as they can out of this game. Drain Gang has been a pleasant surprise for me here, John.
They've been consistently bunching themselves together in team fights. It hasn't been like it's happened, but it's been quite rare that someone gets knocked way out of reach of the rest of the team and they can't cover or go for the res. I feel like, without knowing too much more about them, the way that they're playing together as a team has just felt really smooth, you know? Like I don't really have anything to complain about.
Yeah, I like what I've seen from them so far too. No, this is exactly not what we wanted to see from Skate. They need to have a good game. Pixel is sneaking in behind Asphalt though, on the northern side. Question is, can he get some kills in this?
And what's rough is that whoever wins the fight between Asphalt and Skade, they're still outside of phase 5, and the area they have to cover to get into zone, even if they win this fight, is like pretty open. There's a couple of trees here and there. There aren't really that many dips. The further you move out of Severny, the more flat the terrain becomes. No matter who wins this fight, the subsequent engagement is going to suck.
Yeah, for sure. They're preparing some cars though, vehicles. They're going to try to send it.
I think that's probably the highest percentage play for them at this point. If there's a way for them to like split from each other and both send it to different parts of the circle, I think they would do that right now. But they're playing the waiting game. Everyone wants to know what the other team's going to do, and the longer they wait, the worse it gets for them both.
Drain Gang now putting some pressure on them too. That is unfortunate. GMP finds Lennox Boy. Good shots there with the SLR.
Nades coming in now. Great shot there from Gubi. Not doing a huge amount of damage, but getting it broadly in the right place. Did that jump peek from Gempty spot him? I don't think he quite did. Noig sees him though. And that's a good nade onto the tree. Basically perfection there. And the follow-up grenade. Gempty certainly heard from his teammate. That was a beautiful execution.
Super good nade. Good timing as well. Pixel now trying to find the last member. Drain Gang sitting up a little bit of a gatekeep later, it looks like. More shots coming in from Wobbers. Karagumruk as well. This is out in 11th. Or 16. Oh, good shot there from Pixel.
Nice.
Now Skate, 3 kills. And they need to make a move into the circle here.
Here's the hard part. How are they going to do that from here? Late to party as well in the Whoppers. In a protracted fight. Unfortunate that the tree catches the Molotov. Unfortunate for the tree and unfortunate for the thrower of said molly. And Whoppers maybe get that res off as a result. The problem is this shack is not a viable long-term prospect. And that's why.
Oh, for Veronica. Fantastic shots there onto Wobbers.
No lethals as well. Imagine if Veronica had another couple of frag grenades from this point. Brutal. Here we go. If that was on the other side of the shack, that would have been perfect.
Different. Vinimici out in 9th. That's good. Important for some of the teams that are chasing the 2 top teams.
Great Molotov, actually. I think Jackie Lad got an excellent frag grenade, and that single Molotov managed to get 2. So the Whoppers are trying to turn this around, and Jackie Lad has been a huge part of that. The problem is the rest of the team might be a bit thin on the ground now. And with this barrel, Jackie's got a lot to do.
Ooh, well played here by Late to Party. They're holding on to this warehouse very well. But Skate is sweeping on that south side. But Drain Gang with a backfill here. 8 kills for them. Drain Gang trying to contest for this top spot. Well played by Drain Gang. 10 kills for them now here, John.
You know what I've noticed as well? Like, you see Maximum Black getting that knock and then immediately dropping to the deck on 4 HP and healing. They don't, like a lot of top teams do. They're not there to ego peak. So they get that first knock and the teams are looking and they're going, okay, you're going to re-peak to try and get the second knock, right? And they don't. They play it safe. They heal. They communicate their enemy's whereabouts to their teammates and he lets them do the work. It's been very smooth from Drain Gang.
Yeah. I like what I've been seeing from them so far. Find more Fall Guys Live too.
Nobody in between the blue and the edge of the circle for Grindmore. That's something for them. They've had a rough day so far. They want to try and make
stolen
big last couple of games. Oh man, insta stolen as well. They've still got the 3 points and they're in the top 5, but Grindmore definitely want more out of this. Divan pushing out towards the east. I like this idea in theory, but because I can still see a member of Smiley Face on the mini-map, I'm borderline having an anxiety attack over this. The spray transfer was arguably good, but the first guy wasn't knocked yet, and this could be problematic for Illidan. Molman will soon think about pushing up to this as well.
Good nades. Fantastic. Ooh,
there we go.
M24 headshot onto 1T as well from the side of Squeaky. Well played. Divan putting on a lot of pressure onto Grindmore at the moment. Saha. Ooh, and they got the circle shift as well here. This is crucial. Our Drain Gang is pulling up.
And I'm worried now for that house. I feel like Drain Gang might not have been going there as their first attempt, like their first target. But with the frag grenade bouncing out the window, they know where it's at now. That said, Love You gets Maximum Black. Good opening frag, and that's like his 3rd or 4th frag grenade out the window, to be fair. So I'm a little surprised it hit, but he hit nonetheless. What can they do to follow up? Saha's helping them a lot. That's a 2nd knock now. And suddenly, multiple squads are being very wary of what's going on in this area. Drain Gang starting to get blocked.
Smallman's been found as well. Divan still 4 alive. Now putting on pressure on the Drain Gang. Good seed swap there. Illidan finds 2, and that is insane. That is Divan finding all the Drain Gang just immediately now. 2 of Grindwall left and 1 Late to Party. Seems like a game for them.
It was weird to see the tables turn so smoothly on Drain Gang. They've had a great game. I'm really enjoying watching them play. But you have to give it to Divan there. Every single time a member of Drain Gang pivoted to shoot one of them back, a different teammate started shooting. It was like Drain Gang didn't know where to shoot because the timing of the engagements from Divan were so good.
Yeah, that was exactly what we've seen from Divan a few times before. They are super meticulous about their pushes. Once they get a opening knock, they're aggressive and they want to go and close out their action.
Grind more as a duo. Late to party, but still at it as a solo player. Divan have all 4 alive. They've got the compound on the north side of the circle. They've got some high ground along with it. It can still go hard south phase 8 and cause them some problems, but the numbers here, you would think, should be enough for them.
Yeah, you would assume so. Illidan's finds Squeaky, that is late to party, on the 3rd place.
That insta means that they know it's a 4v2. They're going to let the circle do the work.
There's a few bushes out here, boys.
2 nades per bush. Let's go.
Oh, Egress. Oh, that's a spot. That's so well executed and so well spotted by Divan. With a 8-kill chicken dinner here. This could be huge for them, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to try to get into the top 2 here, John.
Yeah, I don't think it is going to be enough for them to get into the top 2, but I love how smoothly that was being played. The way they were coordinating with each other. Even then, at the very end, you saw the first couple of DMR shots. So what does Grindmore do? They unprone, they crouch to get ready to shoot back. As soon as they start shooting back, a completely different member of the team manages to take them down. The communication was silky smooth. We saw that consistently from them throughout the game. Also from Drain Gang as well. A couple of really nice examples of that.
Yeah, Drain Gang got some damage on to Winovich and then managed to have a pretty decent game. A lot of frags going on their way, especially here. The full wipe on Tropic really kickstarted their game for them.
And a lot of action early in this game as well, where we thought the circle might be going Stalbert Kameshki way. I mean, so much action before the end of phase 2. I was very surprised. It really did in some ways feel like a last game of scrims kind of thing, but not like, it wasn't like every team was piling into a single location. It's just that all of the fights were happening at the same time. It was a weird one.
It's also due to the terrain. Like it's really hard. There's a limited amount of spots for the teams inside the circle here. So that's definitely the big one for me, is that the teams are able to get the most out of it, but it's a hard circle. There is a very, very limited space here. Drain Gangs push on to skate, super well executed by them, and then Divan sweep and just wipe, easy wipe here in Drain Gang. Well played by them.
Very nicely done. Divan will take home the chicken dinner in game number 5. Only one more game left to impress here in the G-Loot Monthly Showdown. It's not about impressing us, frankly. It's about getting to those top 2 positions and getting that invite to Super Week. But even if you don't make the top 2, you get a pretty decent chunk of change as well. $2,500 being given at the end of the next game. Huge thank you to G-Loot and to Knocko for helping us put this tournament on. We're going to take our final break now before we hop back into game number 6 and find out who's going to Super Week. See you soon.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game now of the G-Loot Monthly Showdown. Martin, we have some really good games so far, but I have to say, from what I've seen, even with quote-unquote an off game, one team has definitely risen above the rest, and it's everyone trying to play catch-up to Entropic in this final game.
Yeah, we were, contemplating which teams are going to be the good ones going into this. And we were saying, of course, it's going to be Entropic. But last game, Divan had a great one. Drain Gang had a great one. Unfortunately, they had not had the best of games so far leading into the day.
No, they definitely did not. The way Drain Gang and Divan both played that game number 5, silky smooth. I want to see more of it. But unfortunately, consistency is such a big part of the game here in PUBG that if you take a couple of games to warm up, especially when it's a best of 6 across one day, that's going to come back and bite you. I'm super happy to say that both of them are in the top 5, but it's not really... I mean, you know what? It could be enough to get one of those teams into second place. I don't want to be too hasty.
It's looking like a 5-horse race for second place, right? Venivici, Skate, Drain Gang, Divan, and Stardust. If one of these teams have a great game, a win basically, with a good amount of points for kills, then they could be running away with second place. But it's looking very likely that Entropic is going to be running away with first place themselves. Yeah,
this is turning out to be quite interesting. And don't forget as well, the difference between second place and first place at the moment is an 8 kill win. So 9 kills in a win, if Entropic have a 0-point game, will get 3v first place. And they've already had a chicken dinner already, so it's entirely possible. Don't discount that possibility either, even though Entropic are the favorites.
Also remember that we are giving away the top 2 places to a super weak spot here for G-Loot Season 6. But remember, first place goes to the upper bracket seating, and second place goes to the lower bracket seating. So it's a huge difference still, and still super important for Entropic to hold on to that first place.
So a lot to play for here in this final game. Entropic are going to feel like they've at least done enough to secure a top 2 by this point. I think that's fair enough to say.
Right, for sure.
They're favorites to take away the entire thing. If you're a team that's lowered down now, game 6 is going to be about consolation prizes and trying to get yourselves a little bit of that prize money as well. So what are we thinking about the likes of the Howls, the likes of the Grindmores, who, to be honest, haven't showed up as much as they should have today? Is there any chance we see them pop off in game 6?
One decent game, and they're still going into the top 10 where the prize money will be and the deeper you can go. And also you have to remember, outside that top 6, it's extremely close. Like, we're talking one decent game can jump you multiple placements and potentially still get you into the top 8 where there's a bit more of the prize money sitting.
So a lot to play for all of these teams. And even the teams that are currently outside of the top 10 can have one good game that propels them into a decent chunk of the prize money as well. We're giving away $2,500 at the end of this very game, spread amongst the top 10 teams, and the top 2 will be seeded into the Super Week for G-Loot Season 6. It's a lot to play for here, and Erangel has been rather interesting and a little bit crazy so far in the early stages of the games. So what will game number 6 bring to the table? Only time will tell. We'll hop in one more time into the plane above Erangel as we find out in this final game who's going to take home the spoils. And an almost completely even plane path here. Nothing crazy. 4 to 10 o'clock.
All right. What are we going to have here? Smiley Face going Novo side. Entropic going Milta Power. Drain Gang going Milta. Same old, same old. Stardust going into the shelter area. The question is, so where we're going to be seeing the first circle carrier. We're also going for a military, looks like. Can be probably going all the way there with Smiley Face taking over to himself. Not too much other crazy stuff looks like that is going to be happening. The question for me is, though, John, who is going to be that second place team? Because it's looking extremely likely that it's going to be Entropic closing out the first place. It's a 5-way fight, 9 points difference from second place down to 9th. With Venivici, Skate, Drain Gang, Divan, and Stardust fighting for those places.
Honestly, I think Veni Vidi Vici will be able to sustain and will be able to keep it. No, not just because they have a lead at the moment. Oh, watch out. I've got a weapon and I'm not afraid to throw it. But also because they've just, how do I put it? Even in games where the other teams have done quite well, they still managed to get a couple of points. And because they've still managed to get a couple of points, I feel like all they have to do now is finish somewhere in the top 8, get one squad kill, and they're going to feel like they're fine. This is the weirdest game of cat and mouse I've ever seen. Go on, pick up the weapon. I dare you.
I'm surprised it didn't. Oh! Damn!
Oh!
He isolated him with the fight. Okay.
I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that, but I'm appreciative. Oh, hello.
Hello. Easy. Okay. Yeah.
Don't bring a car to a gunfight.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
damn. Oh, he mad.
He, with an iron sight, DP28. That is kind of lovely to see, to be honest.
Delivering the pizza.
Unfortunate for GMT, he didn't jump. I feel like he should have jumped in the car. Like, he should have jumped in the car of the Whopper. I think it's Hunter, right? Because he had a weapon that he could just swing at him with, so he'd gotten the knock by then. But he tried to hit the headshot.
Yeah,
and
because
also,
he had the weapon throw, right? So he couldn't pick it back up.
Exactly. So I was like, jump in the car, hit him from inside the car. That's effective as well. But then again, he could just have driven off with him, and one of the other boys would have been ready with a car, with a gun when the car arrived. Well, unfortunate for Skate, but they got 2 points. Now they're only 3 alive, and now they have to try to make it their way to second place with just 3 guys alive. That's unfortunate.
I mean, this circle might serve us up something spicy. We've got North and South George. About 50% of the circle is water. Basically, if phase 2 goes for a hard shift south, we've got a fairly normal circle. In most other circumstances, we've got something spicy. So that's sort of the situation we're at here. And in terms of ways teams can get into phase 1, it's not too bad. You can see there's quite a lot of terrain, especially north of the river, where the teams can... there aren't really that many choke points. No one needs to go across the bridge. You can decide north or south long before you get into circle. Yeah. So I think that's going to be fine. I'm just waiting for the phase 2 hard shift with the center of the circle somewhere on the North George. That, for me, is the spiciness that I want to see.
I would be down to something crazy like that. Like, I always love the second circle crazy circles because there's still a lot of space for the teams to make moves. But I think no matter what here, this last game of the multi showdown for G-Loot, I think we're in for a wild one no matter what.
You're not necessarily going to get teams crashing into each other early as well, because a team in 11th place, for example, has a reasonable amount to gain, leapfrogging up to 8th or 7th. You pick up a decent chunk of prize money. It's hundreds of dollars there. So dogpiling into the nearest compound isn't the name of the game here. That said, I would have said that for game number 5, and that's kind of what we saw as well, which is really weird. Danica up to Tarkus. What's Tarkus doing here?
I don't know. They have an idea that he's here. Oh.
What?
That's unfortunate.
That's gross. Oh, man.
Oh, it's a barrel. That wasn't a gross.
And I'm pretty sure the rest of Orglis are on the opposite side of the map, by the way. I don't even think they're like... I don't even think they're not close to Tarkus. I actually think they're nowhere near him. So this is interesting. He's obviously trying to take as much as he can with him. But if the rest of the squads now start to collapse onto his position, he's going to be in a tricky position indeed.
Oh, this is unfortunate. We were talking about this is going to be a wild game 6, and is already developing to be so. And Whoppers there out in safety.
Wait, what? Was that 1 suicide and 2 team vehicle kills that I saw in the kill feed? What did I even just watch?
It was something weird, no matter what. That's for sure.
That I feel like that's a go into replays and see what happens sort of territory. Everyone now scrambling to get into circle. Considering how much space there is to rotate, I'm a little bit surprised we're seeing so many drive-bys and gunfights this early on. We've got Drain Gang now settling in this compound, deciding, you know what? Let's wait for a couple of other squads to move by, which makes sense given we've seen, frankly, more gunfights than I expected so far. Karagumruk, we're on Military Island. They've made their way up to the mainland now, and it looks like they're going to be able to go past this farm compound and maybe grab this hill and go beyond. Oh, if they don't drive into each other repeatedly first. That was interesting.
Oh, this move. The biggest comes first.
The number of accidental driving deaths we've had today, you would think that would dissuade players from doing stuff like that, but apparently not.
Yeah. All right, Divan. Rotating in. I'm trying to get some space here. I just want to see a wild second circle, man. Can we get basically like 60-70% water? We want to see.
That's possible.
Yeah, we want to see these curveballs. Like, we want to see the hardest possible games in the last game.
Oh, we've got a Boat-8 coming in as well. That's LOL, who are in and around Zaki. They're going to take the road less traveled, that's for sure. And they can actually even sort of sit and wait for phase 2 to pop before deciding where to beach as well. So that could end up being a nice flexible option for them. I don't really think people are going to be on the beach waiting to camp out a boat in a circle like this. It doesn't really feel like the done thing. So they can tank a little bit of blue.
Yep. The man
What on
finds
earth?
rescue from Stardust. 2 loss from Stardust. That's not how you get into second place for sure. Meanwhile, LOL does the reverse luminosity rotation. Then see another rotation coming in here from Stardust. Ooh, nice.
What a great
tire.
shot.
Fantastic tire pop. Ooh. Nail Cup having a little bit of a rough time. This is
Oh my god.
masterclass. Ooh, nice shots coming in though. Returned. Schofield been taken down by Nail Cup. Got some good shots.
What was beautiful about that as well is that the first couple of shots, you could tell he was aiming for the tire, not the driver. He was like, I'll pop the tire first, then I'll deal with him. So smart. Now Laza having the favor repaid by a different team. Here comes Entropic saying, you know what? Let's take a little bit of that. These teams, everyone's rotating within 10 seconds of each other. What's going on?
Circle popping in for 30 seconds here. This is going to be an interesting one. Now Blast. I mean, Stardust are going to have a rough time to get into second place. Or even maintain their place in 6th right now.
Smiley face looking for a big game number 6. They've had a mixture of questionable results and sheer bad luck, if I'm being honest, today so far. But across 6 games, we would normally expect of a team of this caliber to start seeing a little bit of the glint, a little bit of the sparkle, a little bit of the class that we know they have. Form is temporary, class is permanent.
Really
And that's
fantastic.
Stardust out of the running.
Stardust out here. Fantastic circle though. 50-50 in terms of north and south. Really, really hard circle to play and predict around.
That's gross. Urban North versus Urban South. Like, what a horrible choice to have to make.
Yep. Smiley face, big rotations going in from Godka side. Scoom losing his life. That's unfortunate.
The rest of Smiley Face able to make it up the hill at least, but they take one in rotation. Karagumruk are saying we're getting shot at. Can we dip into this compound? Oh, we're not being shot at from here. Let's grab that. Going for a 2-2 split by the looks of things, and I'm pretty sure 3V will look at them here and spot that they've 2-2 split because they can see the cars continuing on as well. So if ever they need to push into it, they'll know. Otherwise, North George getting pretty crowded. This is not that comfortable for Entropic, to be honest. It must be quite difficult for them to push into that apartment block.
Oh, what a nade from Dogsars.
Wow.
Yobi, last player from Asphalt. Molotov being deployed too. He's getting shot from the side. Connecting shots too. It's being spotted though. That is Asphalt out in 14th. Down to 13 teams, 46 alive. Circle 2 is pushing, closing here in a minute and a half. Now Vinovici with a lot of flying cars.
Guys, you need to stop it. Oh my God. These players.
They do move in herds.
Oh, the number of car deaths today has been rough, man. And these guys they just keep pushing the envelope. They make me nervous.
Brooks is down. I was sitting in the 3-story north side of North George.
I think what happened here is that I feel like there were multiple people in this 3-story and they attempted to leave, and Lucarux probably died trying to leave. So now Evis is playing salvage, I reckon.
Yeah, likely. Very, very likely.
Late to party of time as well. They don't have to rush in here in the next couple of seconds or anything like that. They can afford to play for time.
Mechanical talent found Matt.
Yep, they're still watching. Just in case we weren't sure. Oh, but getting to the outside means they've got the car. That's good enough to get in the vehicle and run away. If they want to run, QB's got a knock. They might be thinking, let's stay here and play this one out.
Can they get the kills that they need or want from here, though? I don't think so.
I'm worried about Veronica, who's across the road. I feel like QB needs an angle on Veronica.
Circle is actually crazy. This already goes south, and next circle is going to go further south. So Irvis becomes viable. Smiley Faces compound is pretty damn good. And the teams, they have to go to the southern side.
If a third team joins in crates, that's going to be
wild.
Yeah, bit of a clown fiesta there. But I think Drain Gang recognize this and are possibly looking for a better place to go. And if they manage to do that, that's actually going to be really good for them. Divan now pushing in as well. It's interesting that Black Star were already on Everest. I don't know if anyone's going to be joining them. Here's Divan running the gauntlet. Will Love, yeah, maybe Love will shield him from a little bit more damage. Down to about 60. Just getting away with it.
Trimble gone down to circle. Right, looking at what we've seen here, who do you think is most likely to get that second place? Maybe once we take a look at the map, it's going to be a little bit more apparent.
I feel like we need to have a glance at the map to have a better indication of where that's going down. Let's take a look.
Venudici not looking bad. Divan, Drain Gang, not bad. Skate is in there too. It's actually everyone except Stardust has a proper chance. You know, Venudici being 4 guys alive, they could traverse onto the Everest in case it goes hard south a couple of times.
I feel like Skade are in a great position as long as they don't need to move, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they will. The circle's going to go hard south because of the water shift.
And that's what scares me about Skate's position. So I'm still going to say 3V from here because they've still got vehicles. They're keeping their utility. They haven't been shot at. They've got their meds. Yes, it's chill now, but what they're playing for is 5 placement points, basically, if we're being perfectly honest.
Yeah.
And the kills are a bonus.
I could see them go on to Everest in case the circle is what they like.
You can see they just got a whole bunch of territory to themselves. They're still being quite careful and scouting it out, which I like. They're wondering if anyone on Everest is looking down on them, but they're moving like they know they have the space to work with, you know?
Yeah, they're playing really smart. I like it.
Black Star, in the meantime, have got an awful lot to look at. They're looking pretty comfortable from the top of Everest at the moment, but they're eventually going to have to move. Skate not looking too bad.
If Skate gets another Northern shift here, they're good. Maybe 2. Minovici needs to decide what do they do here. Do they push on to the Everest, or what do they try to do?
You don't really want to crash Smiley Face from here, do you?
Nah, it's not in the next circle.
No. They probably... Conventional wisdom says they go round to the south side of the circle and move up to Everest that way. But they don't know yet that 2 different teams will spot them doing that, and that would actually be disastrous for them.
Yeah.
It's actually quite tough for them.
Tropic goes into the northern side of the crates. They will have to try to move through.
Grind more. A lot of players in that car.
Yup. Oh, pop tire.
Just about managing to get out of there okay. Still taking a couple of shots, but they escape with their lives. Imagine if one of them just got shot out in midair the moment I said that. There's a rear wheel on that UAZ missing. Auglis don't find that finishing blow, though. But they're not out of the cars yet. There's still questions to be asked.
No, are they actually surviving this? They are. That is incredible. Oh, yikes.
I feel like they are, but I don't know where they go from here.
What about the nade?
Oh, you're ridiculous.
Oh my
God. You are ridiculous, Pro Max.
That's an insane
That's
nade.
Absurd.
Now the question is, are they going to be able to survive a little bit longer? One more nade. Ooh, and they move the car.
The car's going to blow up. The car might get them.
Boom. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're safe. Second piece is like gonna smooth a little bit more.
Oh, the level of butt clench is insane.
These guys were not having a fun time the last 10 seconds, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh. Not again?
Crazy. A finish and a knock.
Just have to keep reviving. The good news is you have unlimited revives, but you have limited grenades. But that's basically the only consolation at this point. Oh, that is rough. And what's worse is you'd almost hope if you were 3v, right? That Hal might try and third party this and take on Black Star. Nothing.
Nope.
Not interested.
They're chilling. Oh, northwest shift again. Away from these guys. That is crazy. Okay, so it's going to be very, very open territory. Skate looking decent. Karagurmo in a greedy 2-2 split at the moment.
All of Grindmore shooting 3v. All of Black Star shooting 3v. And Skate close to the center of the circle. This is dangerous.
Divan out, so they're not going to make it to the top 2. And so is Stardust. So Divan, Stardust out.
I don't know here how Hal and Black Star intend on rotating into circle. One thing we haven't addressed yet is that, yes, they're raining down incredible amounts of damage from here at the moment. But remember, they're not in phase 5. They need a plan to get into phase 5. And even if they've got vehicles up there, they have to send it somewhere. So they're enjoying their time in the spotlight now. But in a minute's time, things could get rough for them too.
Skate getting 1 kill. Drain Gang losing 1. That's maximum black. Segabee's gone down to Laza. So now Venuidovici is down to 2 members. China Wins finds... Oh, that's good. That's Grandmore. He needs 1 more point for that. Or needs to secure the point for that.
I think Skade in the current position, unless 3v find a way to hold on in what is an increasingly choked out position. Skade are now licking their chops. They're going, guys, focus, because we can do this. And they'd be right. Possibility is there. There are so many teams on the southeastern quadrant of this circle now. And even the team that wins this fight between Auglis and Blackstar, they can go into circle and resume the fight against 3v as well. So this story is far from over.
Okay.
Strider wins down. I think they need the placement points now.
They do. Otherwise, it's going to be rough. Laza finds Roy. That's really nice shots. August out. 9th place. Our top 9 now. Oh, Hald's making a move. They're making a 1 on Grindmore. Nice play by Laza. 8 kills for Howl. Robin from the hood, dominating with the ace. 32. Khalil. That was crazy recoil control there. Howl is out. That is 2 more points from Drain Gang.
This is good news for 3v though, because they have one member of their team still alive, and Grindmore got eliminated. So that was the last team that knew exactly where they were.
Yeah, true.
And Tropic's still alive though. They're holding on to that.
Away from the crates. That is rough for Skate and for their campaign.
Lumps in throats now as QB looking for a way around Smiley Face. They've held on to this position pretty well. But again, the longer they spend looking for Entropic, the less time they'll have to figure out a way to get into circle. And for that reason, I would argue that strategically QB has a bit of an advantage here. Not a big one. You still have to cross that road, right? But I think you have to start thinking about the next step.
One for one. Pegatory finds one more, finds 2. Oh my god, that is insane. Oh, but he's found himself. Skate out in 7th. And Drain Gang out in 6th. Now Smiley Face is able to pull this up, and now
I think that's 3v now.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the moment he knew, you know? I feel like 3v have now got that second place secure.
So they had 48 points plus the 3 of placement. Yeah, it's looking pretty likely, to be honest. It is looking pretty damn likely. Skate didn't have enough kills. Drain Gang didn't have enough kills. Divan didn't have enough kills.
Ecolo doing a quick check, going, oh man, that's not a single player, that's a full squad. He could just fight here. If they've done their maths correctly, they should know they've secured a top 2. However, if you want to play for the win here, you need to stay here long enough so that someone third party Smiley Face. That's what you want. That's really what you want here. He's going for the fight anyway, misses the player on the right side. Fortunately, the shots from the other side don't land. Gets 2 excellent shots off onto Robin. Here comes Mechanical Talent being very close indeed. Molman jumping, dodging a few more bullets. I don't think he knows Mechanical Talent has gotten so close. Can Ecolo make something out of this? Great flash.
Good to the usage. Ecolo, he's blind. Good push now. Really well executed. Gets him though. And Robin from the hood is able to trade. QB was found as well, and now we're down to Karagumber versus Blackstar versus Smiley Face. A 3-way fight. DP6 finds Blackstar. Blackstar is on the high ground. They're gonna have a hard time. Karagumber without greedy push there, trying to get more terrain.
If there was a teammate of Robin. They could spot him just then. The crossfire would have been it. That should have been enough for a knock. But I don't think Smiley Face were in place. And that's very lucky for Karagumra because all 4 of them are alive, but holy smokes, are they split right now?
Yep. Greedy split.
That's the first one of them down. From Max. That's a finish onto Fancy. But you know what? They're making the numbers count. Greek Semi-Pro going down there. It's now a 3v3v2. If Smiley Face keep out of trouble, they can just waltz in at the end and mop up, you know.
Yeah, for sure. DB6 with an aggressive push. Gets found by Palmax. Malman finds Globex. And now Neath is the last player here for Karagumruk. 8 kills Blackstar though. Mechanical Talent shows his talent to Eucalyptus.
Coming in towards the end, mopping up. Robin super close. Didn't see him.
Nice shot.
Good pickup.
3 versus 1 now. Neath is just running. He's just gonna try to get to the circle. Gets hit a little bit. Now he's on 1 tree.
I know what I'd do in this situation. It involves that frag grenade, but we'll see.
The 4 frag grenades and the 3 Molotovs maybe?
Yeah. Might be able to use that first smoke to get within nade range. I actually think Molman could jump out of the smoke and loose a nade. Neath continuing to fight. If he gets the first knock in here, he's going to be thinking, well, I've got a chance. It's not worth giving up just yet.
Oh, a lot of damage being put on it. Neath in a really rough spot here. That's going to be Smiley Face with a win here. And that's a 7-kill win for Smiley Face. We were hoping for them to do well, but it took a little bit longer for the synergy to form here, John.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Smiley Face. They have such a huge depth and history of talent on their team. It's super exciting to see them get the chicken dinner. Is it a little bit too little, too late? Yes, of course it is. But I think they went from out of the prize money into the prize money as a direct result of that game. A lot of positives for them to take away from tonight, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And also them playing the G-Loot Season 6 Open Qualifiers here starting tomorrow. Of course, register for that if you're interested in competing into that. It's still open for sign up. I think the starting game tomorrow starts around 6 CST. And then, of course, this was a little bit of a funny one. He heard that he hit him, so he knew that he was going to be low there, GMT, and Honda went for it. Some interesting fights here in the very end. Some interesting decisions, but definitely could tell that it was the last game for some that didn't have a chance to make it into the prize pool.
And some very interesting plays here. How you flip that vehicle like that in the complete open. Also, a nail cop. The way that tire got destroyed. So many individual moments of this game that were almost cringeworthy, but so good as well. Pow Max with that beautiful grenade onto 3v as they struggled to hold on for their position, knowing that they were in the top 2. We will get confirmation of who the top 2 are after this, ladies and gents, but it was a chaotic game. Not everything happened at once, but it certainly gave us our fair share of action.
Yeah, and these circles here where it ends up being like pushed off from Everest always ends up being these wild and wonky circles with hard decision makings to be made, right? And also once it jumped out of the crates areas, then it's a completely different case. Drain Gang, very happy to see them step up and do as well as they were. A contender for the top 5. That was very impressive to see.
For sure, yeah. And Smiley Face there. bringing home the chicken dinner at the end of the day. I love that very carefully curated Photoshop to the max logo. Appreciate the effort that they put in. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be tallying up the points for the G-Loot monthly showdown. Remember, the top 2 go through to Super Week, and the top 10 get a share of the prize money. We're going to do that in a couple of minutes' time. We're going to a short break, and when we come back, we'll give you the final results as well as have an interview with the winners. So don't go anywhere yet. There's more to come. See you in a minute.
Hey gamer, up for some esports? Pick your game, climb leaderboards, and be the weekly champion. This is how it works. Use tokens to join the brawl. 1 token is equal to 1 match. Only your best matches count. G, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everybody. We have tallied up all the numbers and we now know the final scores. It'll probably come as a surprise to not very many of you that Entropic has come top of the list. But before we reveal the leaderboard to you guys, Martin, the 5-way fight for second place, a word on all of those teams, because at various points tonight, all of them really impressed us.
Yeah, honestly, I was happy to see them jump in and do well. Drain Gang, by far the most surprise to me. They had a crazy run of things and managed to squeeze out quite a few points in every single game. Yep. Smiley Face, though, won the last game.
And then Stardust as well. They had a slow start, and maybe that's what cost them. But that big chicken dinner in the middle of the day really propelled their opportunity to say, look, we want to be part of that crew going in to fight for the final two. So they did all right as well. It's just a pity they didn't start that way.
Yeah, and Skate had a fantastic start to Miramar, but didn't manage to run things off with Bot. Of course, Entropic, as we're talking about, were able to win the whole thing, but Vinivici with a 5-point lead down to Drain Gang with 52 points here, John.
I'm looking forward to seeing them at the Super Weekend. They did enough to survive the final game. It was so dicey for them on the north of Everest, just hanging on to that crag in the rock. How many times did they get knocked by nades there? They must have won some sort of accolade for the most damage absorbed in that final game, but they outlasted everyone else in their second place by a comfortable 5 points in the end. A really, really fun day of games. And of course, we have prize money going all the way down to 10th place, but it's Entropic and Veni Vidi Vici that we're going to be seeing in the Super Week.
And Segepish being able to take 13 kills out of those 30, that's extremely impressive. Also, I think it was 6 he had in the first, 5 or 6 he had in the very first game. So in general, extremely impressive for them here. Yeah, prize pool, as you see, $650 for first place, $450 for second, and so forth downwards.
Oh, and I beg your pardon. We've got even $25 chucking a coffee for everyone down to 15th and 16th. So I take back what I said earlier. Everyone gets a little bit of the pie, but you can see how even if it's a quote unquote token amount, imagine getting a chicken dinner in the final game and jumping, for example, from 12th to 7th or something like that. That's actually not too bad for one game's worth of work.
Yeah, Smiley Face jumping straight into that, getting $100 to share. That's great. They were, I believe, 5th, 6th, 4th, 14th, 13th.
Something like that, yeah.
So the good game for them to end things with.
So a lot of very interesting teams here. I guess let's start with Smiley Face because we talked about them just now. 2017, 2018, PUBG nostalgia. I mean, it's great to see those names back in here. Sure, it wasn't a world-beating performance, but the fact that they're even back and practicing together again makes me excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited for these guys. Hopefully they're able to fare well throughout the G-Loot Season 6 Open qualifiers that start tomorrow, of course. And also, if you're interested in playing out there, make sure you go to gloot.com and sign up for some of the competitions that are going on. G-Loot Season 6, $50,000, PTC points on the board, a huge tournament that you could be playing in if you join in and sign up for that.
Yeah, so if you guys need a little bit of a refresher on what to do, just remember the open qualifiers start tomorrow. Here's what you could be missing. Don't miss it.
This has NLT written all over it, and they claim victorious once more.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It starts tomorrow. There's still time to sign your team up at gloot.com. Go ahead and do that. We've got the open qualifiers happening all week. And then we've also got Super Week coming up in July before the grand final. So an awful lot to go on at the moment. But most importantly, for the teams that qualified tonight, of course, Entropic are going to be going straight into the upper bracket. And we've got Veni Vidi Vici going into the lower bracket. So instantly getting seeded in. That's fantastic news for them. The other squads, though, I mean, Divan, Stardust really sort of impressed us. There were a couple of teams we expected more from. I'm surprised to not see Howl in the top 5, but I mean that as a compliment because I'm used to seeing them do well. So I guess that was a bit of a shock. I also thought Grindmore would be on the top half of the leaderboard as well. And there was a bit of inconsistency there that I don't think is something I would normally expect from them, because I've seen them get great results against top teams before.
Yeah, I expected Hal to do well too, especially considering their new roster change here in late May, where they added, 2 players that we have seen do so well before as well. Schofield, Laza, they played for Supermassive Blaze in the past, and they were able to do quite well in some of the PCS tournaments and the grand finals.
So we are now going to be talking to one of the winners of today's tournament. Not only do they bag themselves the lion's share of $2,500, but they are also going to be going directly into the upper bracket in Super Week. We have Evas from Entropic. Hello, good evening, mate. Congratulations once again for you guys. We were saying you were the favorites going into it, and you started off, well, with a win with 3 players. I mean, you guys just didn't let your foot off the gas.
Hello guys, thank you for congratulations. First game was kind of lucky because Nayloop didn't connect, and we had a zone for I think 8 phases, something like that. So it was kind of lucky start, but it's always good to start with a win.
That was a really good start. And of course, continuing on from that as well, you guys were consistently getting points in every single game. You had that one bad Erangel game, but by that point, you had already built out a huge lead. Were you expecting to be so dominant going into tonight?
I mean, it was our goal to finish first. So we kind of took shortcut towards finals of G-Loot. So I think it was our main goal and we accomplished it, I think.
Cool. I have a question for you as well. Congratulations to you and the boys. Obviously, you guys have had a flying year to begin with here. I want to ask, now that we had a bit of a downtime from the last PCS, have you guys been taking some vacation time off now that you're basically secured for PGC, or have you been continuing the grind?
So basically, we took some time off. I think we had only few days of practice this week.
Okay.
So but
you couldn't tell.
Yeah, exactly. But early when we started, first few days were rough. Everyone was kind of but now it's
rusty.
Good, I think. Rusty, exactly.
Well, look, Eva, if you guys are going to be able to take a nice vacation, come back, be a bit rusty, and still finish first place and get yourselves a shortcut, that's got to be the perfect time to take your vacation. Congratulations once again. I'm sure you guys will be practicing a lot more going into the Super Week, and I can't wait to see what the rest of your 2022 looks like, because you guys have been phenomenal already this year. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, guys.
So that was Evas, ladies and gentlemen, from Entropic. Very chilled out, and with the vacation time, that was a great question, Martin. I love how they went, things have been a bit rough for a couple of days, but we just saw 6 games where they basically stomped on the whole lobby. It feels like they didn't take a day off at all. Yeah, and Nayloop just coming back from vacation just for game number 2 starting, right? He needed a little bit more than the other guys, and now he was fine. Now, jokes aside, it was good to see these guys being able to jump in and close this off as they're able to. We expected them to. These guys have a huge amount of experience, and also the confidence that they've been able to build throughout the year so far. So lovely to have these 6 games here on this night here, and for them to be able to snatch that shortcut, that's going to be great for them. They're going to have a lot more time to now focus on their games and scrimming rather than having to worry about the open qualifiers that start tomorrow. I love the competitor's point of view on that as well. You picked up on the language too. He didn't say we won the tournament today. He said it was a shortcut. It's very much step 1 on their journey, and they're already eyeing up the top step of that podium. How cool is that? I love the competitive mindset that these guys are there. It's always the focus on the prize, focus on doing super well, especially towards the later stages of the tournaments. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the monthly showdown done for G-Loot here. Congratulations to Entropic and Veni Vidi Vici, who managed to secure those 2 spots directly into the Super Week. Thank you to all of our players who go home with some amount of money tonight, from first all the way down to 16th. You guys are amazing and you make the tournaments happen. But a huge thank you to all of you, the viewers at home as well, for sticking us through this and also just helping and promoting PUBG esports. It's been a fantastic evening. Thank you to G-Loot. Thank you to Noki for being able to help us put this on, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon. Remember, sign up for the open qualifiers. They start tomorrow, and take care wherever you are. Have a good night.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.